IDP IELTS! Let's count. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, yo, assalamu alaikum everyone, ladies and gentlemen. That is our greatest pleasure to see you here in a moment we've been waiting for probably years, because this year and the last year are the ones where we got the niners, where we got the most experienced, the most professional, and the most knowledgeable teachers of Uzbekistan. And right now, it's high time for all of us to get the knowledge that they have been, getting for like years. And I'm now honestly very, very excited to be here on the stage, very excited to be part of this event, and very excited to see you guys being able to get the insight that probably you never got anywhere. So, are you ready? No, it doesn't work that way. Are you ready? No, one more time, I need you being active. Are you ready? Very good. So right now, before we get to that informative part, I want you to have a little bit of a thought exercise. Who wants to get a 9? Raise your hand. Very good. Our 9er is already raising his hand. And right now, everyone, please keep silence. Everyone keep silence right now. Now, you close your eyes. Everyone close their eyes. And now imagine. You've been working really hard. You've been studying for hours, for days, for weeks, and you're going there to take your test. You did it successfully. And finally, 14 days have passed. You're going to the IDP test center to open up your certificate. And you open it one by one, listening band 9, reading band 9, writing band 8, speaking band 9, and overall band 9. You feel wonderful. You feel mesmerized. You are the 9th niner. You are the most famous in Uzbekistan. Everybody follows you. Everybody wants to talk to you. Do you like this feeling? But behind it lies hard work. Behind it lies right strategy. So right now, the question is, what do you think is the ingredient or is the key to getting a band 9? Is it the hard work? Is it the smart work? Or is it maybe right mindset? Or is it maybe right way of studying or something? So right now, in a group of 2 people, you will have to talk about the right strategy to getting a band 9. Do you understand the exercise? Hamela hozir oldiga o'tirgan odamlarga 2 daqiqa davomida 1 daqiqa almashib 9 olish sirini haqida gapirdik. Bilmasanglar ham nima bo'lishi mumkin 9 olish siri. Okay? Keep talking.
No. I got lucky with Bekzod. That's how I took it for free. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's the first step. Second step.
20 seconds. So thank you very much, guys. The time is up. One round of applause for everyone talk. And right now, let me get to the answer from our niner, native speaker, Alex. What's the secret to getting band 9, except from being you?
Strategy.
And?
Perseverance.
And?
Planning.
What about money?
That's actually the first thing I wanted to say, but I decided that strategy is more important.
And also being able to pay for the outstairs for more than 2 times. Very good.
5.
At least 5. Thank you very much. Varnapa, what do you think is the strategy to band 9? What do you think it is?
I think the universe is kind of sending me a message like you can do it. Because I look left, I look right, I'm surrounded by vendors. So I have no other plan than getting behind this. So,
Thank you very much. I want volunteers now. So, sir, what do you think is the secret to getting a band 9?
Training, of course, for the training time.
Very good.
What do you think is the strategy to getting band 9, lady?
Consistency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. And today, guys, I asked this question specifically just because today, hopefully, you are getting to know the answer to this question. Not by from random people, but from the ones who actually actualize this in real life and those who are having the potential to do so. And shall we start? Very good. Very good. So, first of all, let me have one person on the stage. Aynan ular sababli hozirgi eventimizni birgalikda qoldirib qo'yamiz. Bo'lmasa, Bruno, maybe wouldn't be here. So, Sattarov Xayrulla Fazilarovich, Yoshlar-kelajagimiz jamg'armasi ijro etuvchi direktori. Sahnaga.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli, aziz, o'zining kelajagiga befarq bo'lmagan yoshlarimiz. Bugungi kunda men bu yerda sizlarni ko'rib bo'lyapman, chunki haqiqatan ham ulamolarimiz aytganidek, bugungi kun zamon talabi nafas olish qanchalik muhim bo'lsa, til bilish ham shunchalik muhim deb e'tirof etyaptilar. Bu borada siz bir narsani bilishingiz kerak. O'qish bilan o'qishni farqini bilishingiz kerak. Ko'rish bilan anglashni farqini bilishingiz kerak. Shu bilan birga bilish bilan tushunishni mohiyatini yetishimiz kerak. Endi shu bilan birgalikda tilni bilish haqida mana bugungi kunda tilga o'ziga befarq bo'lmagan yoshlarimiz deganimiz bilan bir qatorda bugungi kunda olib boriladigan siyosat ham prezidentning tashabbuslari bilan hammamiz bilamiz. Vazifa qo'yilmadi. Maktab bitiruvchilariga talab qo'yildi. Talab shundan iboratki, bitta kasb egasi bo'lishi va ikkita tilni mukammal bilishi talabi qo'yildi. Bu borada ham mana eshitgan yana bir gapni aytaman sizlarga, yoshim kattaroq. Nima deydi? Oqqan daryo, turgan sahro deydi. Shuning uchun men bugungi kunda sizlar mana shu yig'ilganlar bu boshlanishi menimcha birinchisi treningimizda. Buni men o'ylayman, katta o'sha 1000 kishilik, 2000 kishilik televizor chiqafadoshligiga, konsert ko'rishga borish kerak emas. Tilimizda borish kerak yoshlarimiz. Keyingi etapda, keyingi qadamlarimizda men sizlarni hammalaringizni, sizlarni o'sha yaqinlaringiz bilan, do'stlaringiz bilan o'sha yerda ko'rishni xohlayman. Bu borada biz faoliyatni yuritamiz. Umidjon aka bilan biz viloyatimizda hamma joyga borganimizda, men O'zbekistondagi 208 tuman shahar bo'lsa, hamma joyga borganman. Hamma yoshlarimiz bilan uchrashishga harakat qilyapman hozirgacha ham. Kecha hukumat prezident bilan ko'rishganimda keng ko'p oshnalar qo'ydilar. Tadbirkorlik sohasigacha bilamiz-da, tadbirkorlik sohasida o'sha barcha rivojlangan davlatlarini rivojlanishiga hissa qo'shadigan asosiy kishi biznes subyektlar. qilishlari esa bu kimdir O'zbekistonda yoshlarimiz. Shuning uchun men sizlarga hammalaringizga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. O'ylayman, yana ko'rishamiz, sizlar bilan fikr almashamiz. Buni savollar bo'lsa, yo'llashlaringiz mumkin. Yordamga, maslahatga doim tayyormiz. Rahmat deganlar uchun.
Rahmat Dr. Now I want to invite you out of IDP Test Center and Cambridge International University, Umidjon Ishmukhamedov on the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I could talk in English, but I decided to speak in our own language. Why? Because this is the way that I can easily impress myself. What's our plan? What's our future? What we have done? What we have achieved? And where we are heading to. Okay? Kelganinglardan xursandmiz. Hozir qancha ustozlarni ko'ryapmiz, qancha yoshlarni ko'ryapmiz, partnyorlarimizni ko'ryapmiz. Hammalarni kelganinglarga rahmat. Men bir narsani aytib o'tmoqchiman. Bu yig'ilishimizni tagida eng katta sabablar bor. Sabablardan biri qaysi bir inson biladi, qaysi bir inson bilmaydi, lekin yoshlar kelajak jamg'armasi, yoshlar agentligi, Aleksandr Finkelshteyn bilan o'tirib, chunki O'zbekistonda nimadir o'zgartirish qilishimiz kerakki, u juda ham yaxshi effekt bersin degan tema ko'tarildi va shunda aytildiki, agar IELTS 7 ni pulini yoshlarimizga qaytarib bersak, hech qaysi yoshlarimizda IELTSdan necha olmoqchisan desa, hech qachon 6 olmoqchiman degan g'oya bo'lmaydi. Va bu g'oya nimaga yetaklaydi desangiz, qaysidir davlat, qaysidir insonlarni 7 olish IELTSni to'lab berishi mumkin. Lekin bilasizlarmi, bu statistikada taxminan $320,000 to'lab berishdi deylik 2022da va bu 2 baravarga oshdi. Bu yil 2 baravarga oshadi, xudo xolisa. Lekin 2022-yilgi statistikani eshitadigan bo'lsa, $320,000 to'langan bo'lsa, $22 million grant yutgan bolalar. Ya'ni IELTS 7 olgan bolalarimiz o'sha xalqaro universitetlarga, boshqa universitetlarga topshirish imkoniyati yaratilganligi sababli IELTS 7 olgan bolalar qanchadir scholarship yutgan va uni yig'indisi shunchalik summani tashkil qildi. Bu narsa nimaga yetaklayapti desangiz, 20 yillab yoshlarimiz IELTSdan 9 ola olmadi, lekin birdaniga Bekzod aka, Mukhammadali IELTS 9 chiqishga boshlagandan keyin ketma-ket bu yilning o'zida taxminan hozir adashmasam 8 ta IELTS 9 olganlar bor. Ishoninglar, bundan keyingi yoshlarimiz eshigimizni yoki IDPda yoki partnyorlarda yoki boshqa joylarda turib, men ham olaman degan maqsad qo'yadi. Ishoninglar, kimdir bu ishni boshlab bersa, uni ketidagi o'sish arifmetik progress hisobida bo'ladi. Ya'ni shunchalik u tezlashib ketadiki, imkoniyatlarni yaratib o'sha darajada o'sishga olib keladi. Bu narsa nima beradi? Siz IELTS 9 olgan odam o'zida birinchidan eng katta raqamni olgan va bu o'sha Cambridge tomonidan qo'yiladigan Celtani yoki Deltani yokida examiner bo'la oladi, ya'ni $3,000-4,000 olish imkoniyatini yaratadi va bu nafaqat O'zbekistonda, butun dunyoda qilish imkoniyati bor. Bizda examinerlar olib kelamiz, o'sha imtihon oluvchilarni olib kelamiz, bittasi Avstraliyadan keladi, bittasi Angliyadan, bittasi boshqa davlatlardan keladi, lekin ularga havas qiladigan joyi ular dunyo kezadi. Ya'ni ular xohlagan davlatda borib o'sha imtihon oluvchi vazifasini bajara oladi va o'rtacha ularni olish oylik olish imkoniyati $3-4,000 tashkil qiladi, minimum to'lab. Sababi ular xohlagan paytda freelancer qilish imkoniyatiga ega. Xohlagan paytda bu narsani bajarishi mumkin. Endi yana statistikalarga qaytamiz. Aholimiz 35 milliondan oshyapti. 35 million aholining ichida 40% taxminan 14-15 millioni 20 yoshga to'lmagan. Qaranglar. 14 million aholi 20 yoshga to'lmagan. Va buni yana qisqartiradigan bo'lsak, 7 millioni taxminan 50% hali 5-sinf yo'nalishdagi, ya'ni 10-12 yoshgacha bo'lgan bo'lsa, qolgani o'sha 10 yoshdan, ya'ni 20 yoshgacha bo'lgan yoshlarni tashkil qiladi. Endi ahamiyat bersanglar, hamma o'qiyotganga o'xshaydi. Ko'chaga chiqsanglar, hamma yoqda o'quv markaz, hamma o'qiyotganga o'xshaydi, hamma IELTSga tayyorlanayotganga o'xshaydi. Lekin o'sha statistikadan, masalan, universitetda statistikasidan olaman, 1,2 million talaba o'qishga topshirayotgan bo'lsa, 1,2 million talabadan atigi 60,000 talaba IELTS topshiradi. O'zbekiston bo'yicha. Agar haligi aytgandek 7 milliondan umumiy topshirish imkoniyati bor 7 milliondan oladigan bo'lsa, bu 1% ham tashkil qiladi. Vaholanki ko'chaga chiqsangiz, hamma o'qiyotganga o'xshaydi, hamma topshirayotganga o'xshaydi, lekin oxirigacha borib, ya'ni kun bilan o'qiydigan statistika juda ham kam. Oddiy misol, hozir IELTS topshirmoqchi bo'lgan yoshlar bormi? IELTS topshirmoqchiman men. Ko'taramiz. Zo'r. IELTSdan 6 olganlar bormi? 7 olganlar bormi? Zo'r, 8 bormi? To'g'risidan, hattoki 8larni statistikasi ko'paydi. Men hozir bir ijtimoiy tarmoqda video chiqaraman. Agar hozir IELTS 9 bilamiz, lekin IELTS 8 bilan IELTS 8ni kolleksiyasini to'g'ri topganga alohida sovg'amiz bor deb bir video chiqaramiz. Agar o'sha yerda kommentariyada yozsanglar, bu statistikani ham sizlarga taqdim etamiz. Nega? Chunki har doim statistika sizga o'sishi, kattaligingizni, qayoq tarafga qarab ketayotganingizni, kimlarga kirilayotgani, ya'ni bu narsa aholiga nisbatan necha foizi o'sha statistikani ichida a'zo bo'lganligini isbotlaydi. Ya'ni 6 millionta aholimizdan atiga 60 mingta odam topshiryaptimi? Demak, topshirayotganlarni o'zi 1% ga kiradi. IELTS 9 olganlarchi, 60 mingtadan 9 olganlarning statistikasi ularning ichidan olinadigan bo'lsa, bilmayman, 0.0001 ni taxminan. Ana uni ichiga kirish sizlarning asosiy maqsadingiz bo'lishi kerak. Nega? Chunki har doim inson boshqa insonga nisbatan qadriyati, darajasi yuqori bo'lishi kerak. Endi men unaqa ko'p gapirish anaqam yo'q, lekin asosiy statistikalarni berdim. Sizlarga omad tilayman. Albatta biz bu narsani davomli qilmoqchimiz. Sababi bizani komandamiz keldida unga tekin qilaylik dedi. Yo'q, tekin qilsang qadri bo'lmaydi. Agar bizda tekin qilsa, qadri bo'lmaydi. Undan pul topish niyatimiz ham yo'q. Masalan, hozir turistda sotilgan bo'lsa, 40 millionni tashkil qildi va 40 millionni biza anaqa charityga yo'naltirdik va uni xudo xolasa bizani komandamizda aytishadi va qayerga yo'naltirishganligini ham aytishadi. Va buni yana davomli qilmoqchimiz, sababi hozir Xayrulla yoshlar jamg'armasi aytdilarki, biz uni viloyatlarda ham qo'ymoqchimiz va uni strategik qilmoqchimiz. Ya'niki kesin qanaqadir pul bilan kesin, lekin o'sha yoshlarimizni keyingi yoshlariga sababchi bo'lsin degan strategiyada qo'yilmoqmiz va bu narsa bizga yoshlarimizga dalda bo'ladi, o'sha g'oyani ko'tarishda bo'ladi va kelgan insonlar sizni maqsadli kelganingiz bo'lganligi sababli bu narsa to'g'ri yo'naltiriladi. Agar tekin bo'lsa nima bo'lardi desa, ishoninglar, agar tekin bo'lganda bugun yakshanba bo'lganligi tufayli ertalab budilnikni qo'ymasdi, ko'p odam qulab qolardi. O'shaning uchun pulli bo'lganda bu narsa qiymatli bo'ladi, qadrli bo'ladi va o'tirgan odamlarga ham ma'lumoti yetib boradi va bu tushgan pulni daryoda ehson qilinayotganida mana shu 470 ta odam yig'ilgan, ana o'sha odamlar sababchi bo'ladi. O'shaning uchun bugungi kuninglar qiymatli bo'lsin, xayrli bo'lsin va manfaatli bo'lsin. Kattakon rahmat kelganinglarga. Salom bo'ling.
Now, let's get to the academic part of our today's event. And our first speaker is the founder of Education Test Center, a person who is known for his unique and quite strict method of teaching, Xurshid Urokov.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. You can't imagine how honored I am to be standing in front of you all and getting the chance to speak and connect training among all the other decent IELTS instructors and those who are contributing to the development of education in Uzbekistan. At the beginning of the training, I'd like to thank all the organizers, all those who are involved into the organization of this event. For doing so, you can't imagine how influential, how beneficial this whole event is for all the boys and girls sitting. I'm pretty sure they'll be learning a lot from the consecutive training sessions which will be conducted today. And you can't imagine how much contribution you are making to the educational development of Uzbekistan, and specifically the private sector in general. Okay, I was instructed several things before I start my presentation. So let's do so at the beginning. I'd like to introduce myself. I think everybody here present knows about Everest, right? I really work hard not to make myself more popular than Everest, more popular than the brand we are running at the moment. This is because that would be simply stealing spotlight from 400 employees we have, from 400 young boys and girls, very promising specialists working at our learning center. And I would be very glad if more people know about Everest than my name. So people who know about Everest, could you please raise your hands? Wow. I'm pretty surprised that others don't know. Anyways, and people who know who I am, could you please raise your hands? Okay, great. I'm really glad that fewer people know about me. Now, Everest is currently based at 14 locations throughout Tashkent. Currently, we are working on launching 6 new branches throughout Tashkent. Inshallah, in the coming January, we'll be working at 20 branches throughout Tashkent. And inshallah, at the end of this academic year, we'll be closing the topic of Tashkent altogether, and we'll be basically developing further than the city's borders, and we'll be opening first branches at the regions of Uzbekistan. Simultaneously, we're working on starting our university, Everest University. We're working on the licensing process right now. Furthermore, we're working on opening our very first branch of private schools. Inshallah, you'll see all these projects ahead. Now, I think enough about me. Now, let's start the presentation. Thank you. We have it ready already. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I'd like to make it clear, make the topic clear. Today, I'd like to talk about main criteria for a decent IELTS instructor, and what you should understand upon the main criteria in order to become one, in order to become as successful as possible in your chosen field. Today, my purpose includes 3 things, ladies and gentlemen. 1, I have come to this Gala training today to add value to every single individual, to every single boy and girl sitting in this facility. And I really want you guys to go home as a better version of yourselves as IELTS instructors. This is 1. The second thing is to be able to open your eyes upon the main criteria which is required in order to become a good IELTS instructor. And unfortunately, these criteria are often disregarded or neglected and never emphasized by some learning centers or teachers, etc. So I'll be talking about some secrets that you haven't known so far, okay? And in general, I'd like to make sure that you go home with a clear mission as an IELTS instructor who is capable of generating as many high achievers as possible, who's capable of making as many turning points in the lives of young people as possible today. And God willing, inshallah, together we'll be achieving this virtue. Now, at the beginning, I'd like to emphasize that I know you all. I know that I am right now standing, talking in front of hundreds of young, talented, intelligent boys and girls who are able to uplift our country through their engagement into education. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have shown up. I know that the majority sitting here is about to start their career as an IELTS instructor, or at least as an English teacher. I know that most of you guys are about to start pursuing your career in this field. And trust me, I know you well, because I was in your shoes 16 years ago, and today you'll have a chance to see, to actually witness my path throughout 16 years, and basically you should imagine yourself as me in the upcoming 16 years. Well, basically we'll be having a little time travel today with you guys, okay, ladies and gentlemen? Now, before I start the main points, before I move further to the main points, I want you guys to listen, remember the things that you hear today, and please apply, okay? Please apply. Back at your learning centers, back at your schools, or anywhere you guys are engaged in teaching. This is because, for one thing, I forgot to mention that I'm here to represent the whole Everest family. I remember starting Everest with 3 other colleagues of mine. There were 4 of us back in 2012. And this team, alhamdulillah, has turned into a team of 400 young, promising teachers nowadays. And I'm here to share the experience of those teachers with you today. And it is going to be something, great, thank you. It is going to be something worth remembering, basically. For another thing, as was mentioned, I have a very long experience in this field, and I'm here not to hide things from you guys. I'm here to basically share all I have with you. Okay. Now, today I have 12 clear messages to send to you guys. Let's call them takeaways, so that you guys make sure that you take it away today. You go home with it today, okay? I will be touching upon each of them. I'll be persuading how important each of these are to you, and I'll be backing up my arguments. I'll be backing up my arguments with my own story, with experience I have, and with arguments and facts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first thing, before going into the field of IELTS, before becoming an IELTS instructor, first thing to remember, never aim to do this job temporarily. Be prepared to become a career teacher and or a career IELTS instructor. Now, to be honest, this is a mistake that I have made, that I made as a newbie, as a first-timer English teacher, first-timer IELTS instructor. Back then, I used to study at the University of Economics. And when I finished the university, I was in dilemma whether to pursue my own career, my chosen field at the university, or to dedicate my whole career into teaching English or IELTS. To be honest, with this doubt, I wasted about 3 years. And I recommend you guys not to do so, because this time could have been used for much better purposes, for much better, well, in other words, this time could have been used by me to improve myself. And my advice to you is not to be in doubt. If you are going into this field, make sure you will be a career IELTS instructor. You will start your job as an IELTS instructor, and you retire as an IELTS instructor. This is my advice to you guys. This way you will have all the commitment and strength to withstand the challenges ahead. And this way you will basically make sure that you do your job with every single energy and every single motivation you have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? Number two, takeaway two, understand the significance of your job and the IELTS end result for the student, their family, their future, and their current life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is something which most of the young teachers forget about. This is because they are too excited, they sometimes feel nervous, sometimes they're even happy to be conducting the lessons, making sure that the student has a good IELTS result at the end is something which is not really in their mind at the beginning because of the difficulties they have into adapting this profession, etc. But regardless of where you are, my friends, you have to never forget that IELTS end result is very important for your student. Now, for one thing, imagine a student. Just imagining a student would persuade you in this. Imagine your student. Sometimes, most probably, he or she is a student at one of the universities here in Tashkent. Most probably, they pay a huge tuition. Most probably, they struggle covering the increasing cost of living of the city. Well, basically, they have a hard time living in the city because they have come from, let's say, our regions. Imagine their family. The same happens with their family. Their family struggles supporting their child financially because living in Tashkent is hard, as was mentioned. And having considered all these, this guy or girl is attending your class. They are paying for the course and they are taking your courses. And sometimes when I organize trainings for our personnel at the Learning Center, I always urge the trainees to imagine a driver father and a janitor mother sitting in your class instead of a student, or a retired grandmother or a grandfather paying for their granddaughter's courses at your classes. This would definitely put you in the right position in terms of responsibility. This would definitely raise awareness upon how conscientiously you have to be working towards the end result, ladies and gentlemen. And another fact is the fact that you have to always remember how beneficial end IELTS result could be for the student. If they are able to get a high band score, this would definitely make them employable, for one thing, and this would definitely open doors for them for a huge number of international universities, foreign studies, etc. And keeping this in mind would definitely be beneficial for you. Now, takeaway 3, constantly work on your personal result, make sure that it always grows. Well, to be honest, you may think that I'm a hypocrite saying this because it has been 2 years since I have taken the test. Well, I have my own reasons for this. And to be honest, it's a long story. I'm about to take the test though. Well, basically, my advice to you is to take the test constantly. I have taken the test 8 times so far, 8 times. The last time I've taken it was in 2021. Now, why is this so important? Most of you guys are surprised why IELTS instructors throughout Tashkent take the test so frequently. This is for a clear reason, my friends, trust me. By taking the test, for one thing, you work on yourself and you urge yourselves to constantly develop. And obviously, a person who doesn't take the test is too lazy to go into practice, to go into research, etc. And by registering for the test, you basically make yourselves in business. My friends, admittedly, IELTS exam is very progressive. It is developing all the time. It is changing all the time. Now, and by taking the test, you get updated upon what is changing and what's going on inside the test center. Now, what I want to point out here is something else, my friends. Some people do take the test, but do this secretly. Okay, they never come clean about their date they have registered. They never be honest about the result, etc. This would be the biggest mistake from your side. You have to do it publicly. Remember this. You have to do it openly. Not only your students should know, not only your students, but the whole nation should know. Announce and tell the subscribers in your channels about this, okay? Make people, how to say, keep people expecting your result, etc. By doing so, you would put extra responsibility on your shoulders, for one. For another, your result will be halal, because everybody knows what your actual level is. You're not hiding, you're not lying, and this would definitely increase the level of trust in your students. Now, takeaway 4, demonstrate and teach leadership organizational skills. Once you become IELTS instructors, once you start teaching, you work in groups for the most part, right? And one thing you have to always keep in mind is the fact that you're obliged to turn them into a team, okay? As this would definitely guarantee their success as a candidate. Now, for the most part, what I used to do is to urge children work together. I used to divide them into groups. I used to divide them into pairs. Even I used to oblige them to, let's say, oblige 2 students of mine, a strong one and a bit weaker one, to work together at Alisher Navoiy Library, at the National Library, do practice together and analyze, okay? To the trainees at our learning center, we sometimes recommend, for example, to organize soccer matches and pay for the pitch, for instance. Teacher pays for the pitch and calls the students to play football together. If it's a girl we're talking, they can, let's say, organize outings to certain places, etc. Now, my advice to you is to really bring in team spirit and act as a leader for your students. And trust us, if you turn your students into leaders in their groups, the chances are they will achieve very high results. And this can be achieved in many ways. You should work on it and research, my friends. Now, takeaway 5. Be sincere and open with your students. Share the stories of your life with your students. This is something which most IELTS instructors forget about. They forget about this. In other words, they think that if they come up with some form of a fake persona for their students, a strict one, for example, a highly successful one, a funny one, etc. This would turn them into effective teachers. No, my friends, it doesn't work this way. Your students are much cleverer than you think. Current youth are very intelligent in terms of this. They know psychology well. And you're not an actor, you can't act all the time. So be yourself, my friend, okay? Now, for example, let me share my experience. As an IELTS instructor, I used to be honest with my students all the time. Even if, for example, I made a mistake during the lesson in class, I used to come clean about it. And I used to admit it and tell them that I'm making a mistake. Even if I have come, let's say, late to a class, I used to explain to them in detail. Even if it's something very personal, I used to tell them the reason. I used to even go back into history, back into my childhood, and talk about the mistakes I've made. For example, most of my students know how frequently I quarreled with my younger brother. Throughout lessons, I used to tell this kind of information to my students. And I recommend you do so, my friends. They shouldn't see you as 100% successful people. No, they should see you as a person, as a human being. This way, your words will have weight. This way, your words, your instructions will touch their heart, and you'll be effective as a teacher. Qo'rqish kerak emas, to'g'risini aytib, ochiq o'yin qilish kerak har doim. Okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, next takeaway 6. Develop strong emotional intelligence. This is something which I have always had a hard time developing. I am very emotionally unstable person, to be honest. I have to admit this. I cry a lot, I laugh a lot, I feel angry a lot, I feel excited a lot, etc., etc., etc. Sometimes I have even had classes where I spent, 30, 40 minutes crying in front of my students. That was so embarrassing, but still, I'm not ashamed of that, ladies and gentlemen. But this is one of our problems as IELTS instructors. We have to be able to control our emotions. This includes two things. One, be able to control your own emotions as an IELTS instructor. Two, learn to read the emotions of your students, of others, okay? Now, learning to control your emotions is important because you have to avoid feeling too emotional, feeling too angry, feeling too excited, feeling too nervous, etc. throughout the lesson as it leaves you, stranded away from the topic of the lesson. In other words, you lose focus if you don't do so, if you can't control your emotions. For another thing, I mentioned being able to read the emotions of students in your class. This is also very important. For example, as a teacher, I used to always notice when my students were sad, when my students were doubtful, inconfident about things, etc., etc. And I used to work with them individually in order to solve their problems. And you can't imagine how important this is in order to have that student trusting in you and their end results as a candidate, my friends. Now, next one. Takeaway 7. Be constantly developing strong and effective teaching methodology. This is very important. I had a time, in my experience as an IELTS instructor, when I was stuck in the same methodology for teaching things for 3 years. I was too busy opening branches, I was too busy employing people, but I didn't work on myself. The methodology used to work. We had the result. But with time, I understood that people around me, other IELTS instructors, were way ahead of me because they worked on their methodology, on the way they teach their students. You can do this by simply following experienced IELTS instructors online. We have tens of experienced IELTS instructors. I'm not one of them, unfortunately. I don't have enough time nowadays, who are not afraid to share know-how methodology they have developed in their classes. They talk about this in their Telegram channels, in their Instagram channels, in their YouTube channels, etc. Simply following them will teach you guys. Even at our learning center at Everest, we urge our teachers to do so, to follow all the niners we have nowadays in Uzbekistan, to follow their channels, to learn the ways they conduct the lessons, etc. By doing so, you can improve your methodology. Second way is to attend regular trainings organized by the IDP. IDP is doing a good job in this. They're organizing training sessions with very experienced and renowned trainers, and by attending them, you can develop your skills to a very large extent. And you know what? This is even more important than taking the actual IELTS test. Trust me, even if you have to pay for the trainings, you should attend them, my friends, okay? Now, the next one, takeaway 8, encourage independence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. IELTS success, a good IELTS result is 20% in-class work, 80% homework. You know this well. And my friends, you have to make sure that your students work well at home if you want your students to succeed. And this is the hardest part, actually. This is the hardest part for teachers to achieve. Let me tell you my story, what I used to do. I used to follow 5 steps. 5 steps. Step 1, I used to motivate. I used to tell them my own success and how the language I'm learning or I have learned helped me in achieving it. And I used to keep my students admiring what I have achieved. You should do so too. This is step 1. Step 2. Step 2 is acting seriously about students lagging behind. I used to criticize them. I used to call them lazy. I used to call them irresponsible, etc., etc., and be a bit stricter towards them. Now, for some students, these 2 steps work. For some, they don't. Step 3. You should encourage cooperation. I used to encourage cooperation. How? I used to assign a strong student and a weak student to work together, as was mentioned at the National Library. And I used to have the stronger student report back to me on what they have done and on what they have achieved. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? Now, step 3 is punishment. Make sure you are well able to punish your students. Don't be soft, my friends. They're wasting their parents' money. Okay? Well, you shouldn't be applying bodily punishments. You shouldn't be kicking them, etc., or punching them, etc. Yes? No. Simply making them stand at the end of the class would work. Okay? This would make them feel embarrassed, a bit tired, etc., etc. Next time, simply to avoid this, they'll be doing their homework. Step 4, working with a parent. You know what I used to do? Imagine a student who hasn't done their homework. I used to take their phones, and from their phones, I used to call the parent. I never used to use my own telephone number, guys, because parents always pick up the phones of their kids, okay? Now, and I used to tell the parents and describe the problem and even exaggerate. I used to increase the rage of a parent as high as possible so that when they come back, they actually worked with their kids. And if these 5 steps didn't work, I used to simply let the student go because it's impossible to change them. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? And I recommend you do so as well. Next one. Takeaway 9. Generate passion and hope. Do you know what the solution to all the problems of the world is? What's the solution? Hope. Hope is the solution, right? Duh. No, guys, sorry, I'm joking. Now, hope is a solution. I always follow this principle. IELTS is a very hard test. Barno, thank you. Barno, thank you very much. Otherwise, nobody would have clapped. Now, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, hope is a problem to all the problems. Why? As a teacher, you have to be able to generate passion and hope. Students feel hopeless very, very frequently. They never let you know, they rarely let you know, but they do feel hopeless when they have low results in their practice, when they work too hard, when they work through the night, for instance, etc., etc., they feel hopeless. And you, as a teacher, must be able to kindle hope in them. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? You can do this by multiple methods. For example, if a student is having a hard time doing practice, do practice with them. I used to conduct classes with 150 students sitting simultaneously in the class, with 150 students. And I used to identify 1 or 2 students with problems in their reading. And after class at 11 o'clock, I used to sit with them, do the reading practice, and tell them what their actual problem was. And explain to them that there is hope and they can do better. Okay? Kindling hope can be done to the whole class or individually. There are many ways, but you have to make sure that this is your function, and this is one of the things that you are destined to do as a teacher, my friends, okay? Now, the next one. Be energetic. Takeaway 10. Being energetic is not being able to work 24 hours, but 18 hours at least. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, you should be ready to work overtime. This is something which most of the young teachers, actually most young teachers are able to do so. They do so. But you shouldn't lose this energy of yours throughout your career. I used to conduct, let's say, classes for about 10 hours a day and work on speaking and writing skills of my students after class until the underground opens, until 5 in the morning, okay? And this used to give its fruits very quickly.
And I used to know that if I work with such energy, I will definitely see the fruits. And I recommend you do this as well, my friends. This not only brings results just because you're working. This brings results because your students will see you working for free, taking so much pressure. They will be too ashamed to come with 5.5 or with 6 to your learning centers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. Now, takeaway 11, possess and develop genuine work ethics. Well, work ethics, I'm not going to be talking about common sense work ethics here. I'm not talking about coming on time, etc., guys. No. Being responsible, no. Most of you guys are well aware of this. But I'd like to talk about one of the problems of the teachers. Most teachers, some teachers, few teachers, maybe, I don't know, are prone to using the fact that their students are gullible. Nima degani? Gullible. Gullible nima degani? Gul degani. Loh degani, tushunyapsizlar? Sorry guys. Now, some teachers are prone to using this. Let me explain to you what I mean. Imagine a student who studies at school. At school, they teach almost nothing, right? Regarding IELTS. They come to you, they attend your class, maybe they're a beginner level student, and you're explaining to them present continuous in 3 cases, right? We all know that there are 10 cases in English language where you can use present continuous. Maybe 11, maybe 10, maybe more, right? In class, you explain 2 cases to them, right? And the student sees you conducting the class for 1.5 hours, explaining to them 1 case. They have learned that case. They are happy with that. And they go home. And in this case, you're using how gullible your student is during your lessons, because you know that you can do better. You know that the student can do better. You know that throughout 1 lesson, you can teach at least 6 cases of present continuous, right? But you haven't done so, okay? Work ethics means working as effectively as you might think you should be working, rather than what your students expect from you guys. Tushunyapsizlar? Mana masalan o'quvchi bilan bitta speaking qilsalaring, darsdan keyin xursand bo'lib chiqib ketadi u. Lekin siz bilasiz-ku, 5 ta kamida speaking qilish kerak bola bilan, natijasini yaxshilash uchun. Bilasiz-ku siz. Vijdonsizlarcha qilmaysiz lekin. Mana shu narsa bir yerda yengish kerak. 5 ta qilish kerakligini siz bilganingiz uchun qilishingiz kerak. This is what I'm talking about. This is work ethics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm being very emotional. Sorry, guys. Now, takeaway 12. Takeaway 12. Establish bonds with your students from the first lesson on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, establish bonds. Very important. Rishtalar. Now, imagine you have 50 students in class. You have 5 new students, or 1 new student who have to come to your class, right? Now, you notice that new face, newbie. Make sure you establish bonds with that student by the end of your class, at the end of the class. What I used to do is to call that guy to come up to me after the lesson and ask all the questions he has. When the lesson is over, I used to talk to him face to face and ask him whether the level was okay, whether lesson was okay, whether he had any problems, etc., okay? And I used to, be as friendly as possible to him. I used to joke around. I used to ask him for his name, for his experience, where he studies, etc. And I used to make sure that the student really sees me as a friend, okay? Or a brother, or a sibling, etc., ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is what you should be able to do throughout your classes as well. This can be achieved in many different ways, depending on the gender, depending on the age, depending on the position of the teacher, for example, etc. But one way or another, you have to make sure that you achieve this. Okay, I think I have taken too much time. Thank you very much for your attention, my friends. Vaqtlaringga rozi bo'lasizlar. Vaqtlaringga rozi bo'lasizlar, duo qilib qo'yasizlar. Sog' bo'linglar. Katta rahmat.
Thank you very much. Now it's a turn for another speaker to give the floor to. And that is one of the most energetic teachers I know, founder of IELTS Soldiers Academy, Barno Mukimova.
Thank you. Guys, are you ready? Yes. Show me the energy. Aren't you asleep? Yeah. Are you ready to shine bright like a diamond? I'm going to put the stopwatch here so that I don't end up talking for 2 hours. Yeah, can you make it louder? People need to wake up here. Yes. I love that song. I love that song. Every time I feel like shitty, depressed or something, I always play a song like Shine Bright Like a Diamond, and I imagine that I'm a diamond, and etc. So welcome to the Gala Training. Let me make a little marketing research. Raise your hand if you have taken IELTS. Because I'm taking marketing classes. Okay, raise your hand if you are going to take IELTS exam. Wow. Okay. Raise your hand if you follow me on Instagram. Raise your hand if you want to follow me on Instagram. Screw you. Okay. So, everybody knows that I talk decent English, so I will be switching the languages because I'm a big believer of energy. I believe the whole world is made up of energy. Words are energy. Praying is energy. Dua is energy. And all the things that you say to yourself, all of our energies, okay? So sometimes words, they vibrate. Not sometimes, they always vibrate in a particular frequency. And frequency of certain words are higher when you say them in Uzbek, because they are closer to your soul, okay? So that's why I will be switching back and forth, Uzbek, Russian, English. It's not because I am trying to show off or something. I know Russian or Uzbek or whatever because I have had so many hates. I don't care. But anyways, you got me. So, okay. My purpose is not to preach because I'm learning in life. My purpose is not to give advice. If you follow me on social media, on Telegram and the other apps, I have shared my podcast regarding maslahatlar. So I'm very careful of it. Bir ilohiy qonun bor. Kimgadir maslahat berayotganingizda, uni taqdiriga siz mas'uliyatni olasiz. Mas'uliyat olasiz. O'ylab ko'ring. Kimgadir maslahat berganingizda, uni taqdiriga mas'uliyat olasiz. Shuning uchun ham I'm not here to give you advice on how to live. O'zim ham bilmayman qanaqa yashash kerak. I'm learning. So I'm not here to share certain websites or something because you already know what you do, what you want to do and what you're after. My purpose here is to give you some food for thought. I want to be today as much vulnerable as I can be. I want to open my soul. I want to share with the things that helped me to change this thing. 6 years ago, I had very bad diagnosis. People die from that illness. I went for the medical checkup. They took a biopsy test to check if I really have that sickness. 3 days of my life for waiting for the confirmation that I might die was the worst thing. 3 days was like eternity. I do правильное питание, I go for sports, I do all those correct things that people tell us. Lekin bitta narsani tushundim. qanchalik toza ovqatlanmang, правильный питание qilmang, qurib ketsin, sportga bormang, qancha harakat qilmang, mana bitta o'zgartirmasangiz, mana shu o'zgarmasa, hayotda hech narsa o'zgarmas ekan. I'm healthy, alhamdulillah. Lekin aytmoqchi bo'lgan narsam shundan iborat. Hamma narsa doim mashqdan boshlanadi. Bloklardan, o'zimizga yetadigan narsalardan. Shuning uchun ruxsat bersanglar, bugun sizlar bilan qo'rquvlar haqida gaplashamiz. Anxiety, stress haqida gaplashamiz. O'sha I'm not enough degan feeling bor-ku, hamma 9 olib ketyapti. Men hamma 9 lar ichida o'tirdim. Mindset bo'lishi mumkin edi. Voy, men lo'qman, 16 yildan beri dars beraman and I haven't done it. Yo'q. Bu menga sign. God is giving me a sign. I look left. I look right. I'm surrounded by niners. Mamura opaga aytdim. Bugun biz opa singil bo'ldik dedim. Yes. Mana shu zo'r mindset. Agar dunyodan yomonlik kutsangiz, sizga universe aytadi. Mana senga yomonlik, xohlaysanmi yomonlik deydi. Agar dunyodan yaxshilik kutsangiz, voy sen shukr qilyapsanmi? Mana yana ham battar shukr qil deydi. Men mana shu narsani tushundim. Agar bugun ruxsat bersanglar, sizlarga hayotda olgan eng katta insightlarim va mana shu qurg'ur narsani o'zgartirib, kasallikdan qutulganim, yomon holatlardan chiqqanim, chuqur depressiyadan chiqqan insightlarim bilan bugun bo'lishmoqchiman. Endi bitta kichkina savol. Kim bugungi trainingga daftar, ruchka olib keldi? Qaranglar, bir-biringlar turib qaranglar, please stand up. Kim daftar, ruchka bilan keldi? Iltimos turinglar. Biz bu yerda uyalib o'tiradigan joy yo'q. Come on. Come on, we having fun. Bir-biringlarga qaranglar. Mana shu insonlar maqsad bilan kelgan insonlar. Bular tayyor kelgan insonlar. Endi Notion'ni ishlatishni yaxshi ko'radiganlar yoki telefonda zametka qiladiganlar, bular new generation. Raise your hand. Good, good. Baribir ham bu yoqqa keldinglar, hammanglarda qanaqadir zapros bo'ldi, to'g'rimi? Bir nima xohladinglar. Endi kichkina eksperiment qilamiz. And I hope you will be shocked from the results of that experiment. Agar telefonda bo'lsa, telefonda, agarda ruchka, daftar bo'lsa, qog'ozda qilasizlar. Bugungi seminarga, trainingga kelganinglarning purpose nima? Nima savolga javob izlab keldinglar? Nima savolinglar bor? Qanaqa zapros? Speakingga 9 qilishmi? Writingga 9 qilishmi? Overall 9 olishmi? Nima zapros bilan keldinglar? O'zingizlar duxinglarni oshirishmi? Nima? Uyalmaymiz. Uyalgandan foyda yo'q. Yozamiz. I really want you to write it. Words are power. Xurshdga zo'r narsa aytdilar. Umid yagona, Umidjon aka, okay, associations. The only thing that keeps us alive, and I'm telling you a person who had been in that really dark shit. If you know and if you have hope, you're gonna leave. But if you don't have hope, I'm not gonna tell what's gonna happen. But that's a very dark place. Yozdinglarmi? 1 minut sizlarga vaqt. Hamma yozishni xohlardim. Buni o'zingiz uchun qilyapsiz. Please do it for yourself. Write. What is your request? What did you come here after? Yozdinglar? Aha. Overall 9 olish. Kim yozdi? Okay, da hamma kamtaringina ekan bu yerda. Speakingdan 9 olish. Writingni to'g'rilash. Bekhruz readingni zo'r qilish. Iloji bo'lsa kam ishlasaydi, lekin tez olsaydi. Iloji bo'lsa inglizchani training qilmasaydi, speaking qilmasaydi, lekin 9 chiqsada, right? No, it's a joke. Xullas, sizlarga aytmoqchi bo'lgan eng katta insightim. Mana bu gapni eshitgansizlar, God will always give you the test that you can really endure. God will never test you with the things that you cannot take. You know it, right? Endi mana sizlarga insight number 1. Miyangizda paydo bo'lgan har bitta savolga sizda javob bor. Masalan, o'ylab ko'ramiz. That's a very deep thought. Ozmoqchisiz, for example. Lekin qanaqa oziladi? Bilasiz, dieta qilish kerak, sportga borish kerak, правильное питание, ko'proq harakat qilish kerak. Bilasiz. Xo'p, overall 9 olmoqchisiz. Nima qilish kerak? Примерно bilasiz. Lekin muammo nimadan iborat? Bilamiz, lekin qilmaymiz. Tushunyapsiz? Biz bilamiz. Inson har doim unda paydo bo'lgan savolga javob berish qobiliyatiga ega. Chunki hech qachon sizni ongingizda sizda javobi yo'q savol paydo bo'lmaydi. Tushunyapsiz? Lekin aslida kelganinglarning sababi bu yerda confirmation olmoqchisiz. Mana qilsam, mana savol berishligiga ahamiyat bering studentlarni, odamlarni. When people usually ask the question, they say like, I'm having a trouble with time management in my reading part. Do you think I need to concentrate on the toughest question? They know preliminary, approximate answer for their question. To'g'rimi? Ustozga so'rash orqali aslida bu savol emas-da. Men o'ylayman 90% so'raydigan narsangiz bu savol emas. Bu egoni slash. Voy assalom jonim yumshog'im. O'zi sen shunaqasan, you're always right. Mana shunaqa. O'zimizni egoimizni pat qilamiz. Ha, to'g'ri, qanaqa ego semirib ketadi? Ha, shunaqa qilishing kerak. Voy yomon xursand bo'lib ketamiz. Mana sizga insight number 2. Jahongir, niner. Birinchi marta ko'rganimda shu narsani sezdim. Mamura opa, niner. Bugun shu narsani sezdim. Ular bilan bugun tanishdim. 7 xil ego bo'ladi. 7 xil nafs bo'ladi. Rostdan ham bilim egoni yuqqan, anaqa qilgan insonga yuqadi. Overcome qilgan insonga yuqadi. Egodan voz kechish degani xato bo'lsa ham aytib ko'ring, chunki menga bilish bilmaslikdan ko'ra muhimroq deyish. Tushunyapsiz? Так что I think every one of us need to strive for overcoming our ego. Shuning uchun menga anu ego is the obstacle degan kitob rosa ham yoqadi. Ryan Holiday. Preach qilmayman deb preach qilib ketib qoldim. You see? Bar ustozman-da. Endi mana shu plan, but I will try to be as fast as possible. Let me check the timer here. Yeah, I'm fine. Keyin o'zingizni tanishtirishingiz kerak. Barno opa, boshida chiqasiz, aytasiz, reklama qilasiz, учебный centringizga, keyin aytasiz, "Men bunaqa kurslar qilaman" deysiz, deyishdi. Keyin o'yladim. Men sizlarga yoshim 34daligini, ismim Barnoligini, millatim o'zbekligini aytganim bilan ham sizlar hech qachon meni kimligimni hech ham bilmaysizlar. Sizlar faqat men sizlarga aytgan so'zlarim orqali bilasizlar. Men sizlarga hozir X info bersam, siz bilan meni X deb o'ylaysizlar. Bu yoqqa borib men Y info bersam, you will think that I'm Y. But no one will know me. No one will know me. So when I was searching for the answer for the question, how will I introduce myself and who am I came up with this definition. I'm a divine soul. I'm just having a human experience here. Men badanimni kiyim qilib kiyib yurgan ruhman. Meni maqsadim bu planetada ruhimni 1-chakradan 7-chakraga olib chiqish. Ruhimni o'stirish. Hozir sizlarga bilim berib, ruhimni o'stirishga harakat qilaman. Men IELTS ustozmanman. Men opaman, men singilman. Men farzandman. Agar men kimman degan savolga javob, men juda uzoq izlaganman, ishoning. Juda ko'p terapevtlar bilan, psixoterapevtlar bilan ishlaganman. Rostdan o'sha qorong'ulikdan chiqishni xohlagan insonman. Men kimman degan savolga uzoq vaqt javob izlaganman. Men hech kim emasman. Hech kim. Va hammaman. Bir paytda o'zida. Menimcha bu juda kuchli mentality. Agar men o'zimni IELTS instructor desam, men o'zimni ramkaga tiqib qo'yaman. Qamab qo'yaman. Bo'lsa IELTS instructorsan. Agar men o'zimni fitnessga boradigan diva desam, o'zim o'shanga tiqaman. Yo'q, men unaqa chegaralarni xohlamayman. I don't want those borders. I'm a soul. I'm here to have a human experience and help my soul grow. Okay, let's proceed. What are the things that changed my mindset? Mana shu gap o'qiganimdan keyin men hayotim вообще upside down bo'lgan. Ahamiyat beramiz. Buni men IELTS Pro kursimda ham o'taman. personal development degan modulim bor. Menimcha bu maqtanish emas, bu fakt. O'zbekistonda birinchi bo'lib IELTS tayyorlanishiga psixologiyani olib kirgan menimcha ustozlardan biri bo'lsam kerak. Chunki bu muhim. Bu juda ham muhim. Duh o'stirish, o'ziga ishonish, qila olmaysan, losersan, lo'qsan, desam shut the fuck up deya olish. Yeah, I'm sorry, but you need it. You need it. Shuning uchun ham yaqinda men podkast qildim. Become your own fan. O'zingizga o'zingiz fan bo'ling. Bu narsissizm emas. Men zo'rman, men cho'tkiman. Yo'q. O'zingga ishonmasang, hech kim senga ishonmaydi deydi Konsta. Ashlasini qo'ydilar-yu, eshitdinglar? O'zingizga ishonmasangiz, nimaga men aytasiz, "Voy, men videoga olmayman, Barno, menga yoqmaydi video. Audioda tovushim yoqmaydi-da. Sen o'zingni tovushingni o'zing yomon ko'rsang, nima qolganlar sevib qolish kerakmi tovushingni?" Tushunyapsizmi? Hammasi o'zingizdan boshlanadi. Hammasi ichkaridan boshlanadi. Ichkari doim tashqarida. Hech qachon tashqari ichkarida emas. That's a powerful thing. What you have inside, you always reflected outside, okay? Demak, mana men narsa o'zgartirgan. Fikrlaringizni nazorat qiling. O'ylayotgan fikrlaringiz so'zga aylanadi. Birorta bir so'z aytishdan oldin, "Mana qilsam ekan" deb repetitsiya qilib olamiz-ku, bilasizlar? Men nima qiladi deb tashlayman. O'ylab olamiz. Keyin u so'zga aylanadi. So'zlar aytganimizdan keyin endi agar anaqa bo'lsa, sal insofliroq bo'lsa, aytgan so'zimizni amalda qilishga harakat qilamiz, to'g'rimi? They become actions. Agar actionni qaytaraversa nimaga aylanadi? Nimaga aylanadi? Odatga aylanadi. Agar odatlarni yig'indisini oladigan bo'lsak, men vaqtli turaman, kitob o'qiyman, pozitiv fikrlayman, odamlarga yomon etmayman, nimaga aylanadi? Xarakterga aylanadi. Xarakter bu nima? Sizni odatlaringizni yig'indisi. Sizni xarakteringiz sizni taqdiringizni belgilaydi. Endi matematika formulaga qaraylik. Taqdir biz fikrlayotgan so'zlardan boshlanyapti. Shuning uchun ham duo taqdirni o'zgartiradi deymiz, bilasiz. Duo nima? Bu so'zlar. So'zlarda haqiqiy power bor. Va eng muhimi, siz o'zingizga aytayotgan so'zlar ham juda ham powerful. Qilolmayman. Bo'ldi, shut up like I said. Bo'ldi. Turing. O'xshamasa ham qiling. Voy, o'xshamasa nima bo'ladi? To'diramanmi? Kim sudya? Kim? Who's the judge? Show me the judge. Who is the judge? Who? Kimdan qo'rqasiz? Come on. That's how I overcame fear. Men ham dovdiraganman, hajonam. Kim meni sudya chiqadi? Kim menga baho beradi? Kim u sudya? Yerda emas sudya, bu yoqda emas. Okay? Change your mentality, guys. That's important. Mana shu eng katta hayotdagi asset hisoblanadi. Miyiz. Qanaqa nastroyga qilsangiz, taqdiringiz o'sha tomonga qarab ketaveradi. Okay. Mindset change. What's the worst thing that can happen? Bu stoic mentalitydan ozgina sizga life lesson. O'zingizda so'raysiz, hayotimda bo'lishi mumkin bo'lgan narsa qo'rqayotganimda eng yomoni nima deysiz? Masalan, IELTS speaking olaylik. Baribir IELTS uchun yig'ilganmiz-ku, right? So you ask yourself, what is the worst thing that can happen if I cannot perform well? What's the worst thing that can happen? Xo'p, 5 olarsiz. Nima? Joningizni olarmidi? Muammosi pul. Tushunyapsiz, joningiz olmaydi, siz sog'lomsiz. Barno opa, motivatsiya qayerdan olasiz? Men tirikman. Mana menga motivatsiya. Men sog'lomman. Mana menga motivatsiya. Tushunyapsizmi? Lekin meni so'zimni umid qilamanki, qadri bor. Chunki men prosta o'qib olib chiqib gapirayotgan odam emasman. Men mana shu shit ichida yashab, and a person who could change the mindset. That's why when I talk, I'm sure you feel my energy. Because I am feeling your energy too. Thank you. Yana nimani o'ylayman? Qo'rqyapman, duh bo'lyapman. Nima bo'ladi? He qildimmi? Xo'p, bo'pti. Eng yomon bo'lishi mumkin bo'lgan narsa. O'shanga o'zimga mindsetimni tayinlayman. Yozib chiqaman. Aha, mana bunaqa bo'ladi. Kollegalarim ustidan qochishi mumkin. 2.8.5 chiqdi. Yana chiqdi. Okay. Nima qilay endi? Nima qilay? Harakat qilyapman. Bitta zo'r gap bor. Дорогу осиливает идущий. Yo'lni yurayotgan inson bosib o'tadi. Turgan inson bosib o'tmaydi. 8:30 oldim. Xo'p, mayli, bu dars. Xo'p, mayli, bu dars. Yurarkansiz, siz qayergadir borasiz. Agar tursangiz, hech qayerga bormaysiz. O'shanda aytaman, xo'p, qo'rquvimmi, nari tomonda nima turibdi deyman. Mana shu narsa menga zo'r motivatsiya beradi. Maydan beri taxminan 1000 ta talabaga ustoz bo'ldim. Judayam rahmat, sizlarga rahmat. Menga eng yoqqan bitta komment o'sha IELTS Pro talabamda, Barno opa, bu IELTS kurs emas dedi. Bu hayot kursi-ku dedi. Men hayotda o'rganyapman-ku dedi. Ikkinchi bitta qiz yozdilar komment. Yig'ladim. Men ham yig'layman. Oyim ko'zimni ko'rib aytibdilar, ko'zing boshqacha yonyapti shu kursda o'qiganingdan beri dedilar. Shu xursand bo'ldim. Zo'r-da. Bilim zo'r narsa. Lekin hayotingizga tatbiq qilib o'zingizni o'stira oladigan bilim bu vashi mo'shniy bilim deb o'ylayman. Endi o'sha qo'rqamiz, duh bo'lamiz, o'skimiz kelmaydi. Mana bu narsa bor-ku, 90-yillarda juda ham popular bo'lgan. Language barrier derdi. Shut up. Hozir science proof qildi. Language barrier yo'q. Yo'q. Psychological barrier bor. Gapirganimda nima deydi? Voy, yomon gapirsamchi, mana masha barrier bor. Tushunasizmi? Endi yana sizga isbot uchun bitta narsa aytaman. Nima uchun kichkina bolalar tilni tezroq o'rganadi? Chunki ularda psixologik qo'rquv hali rivojlanmagan. Tushunasizmi? Shuning uchun yosh bolalar tez o'rganadi. Ana yosh bolalar miyasi svejida. Yana kechirib qo'yasiz. Neuroplasticity degan narsani science topdi. Hozir miyamiz malleable-ligi isbotlandi. Qaraganingda o'rgana olmaysan. Hech qanaqa bahona qilib, qarib 40 yoshingda уже o'lishga tayyorlanaverdi. Shu narsa yoqmaydi menga O'zbekistonda. 40 yoshman-ku, nima qilaman? Qattan bilasan. 16 yoshda ham o'lishing mumkin. 20 yoshda ham o'lishing mumkin. Shut up. You never know. You never know. Shuning uchun 40 yoshda уже o'limga tayyorlanish, endi qarib qoldik-da, bizlar yoshimizga to'g'ri kelmaydi. Yo'q, men unaqa qilmayman. Men 60 yoshda ham tog'lardan sakrab yurishni xohlayman. Hayotda yashashni xohlayman, o'rganishni xohlayman. Sizlar ham shu narsani o'zgartirishinglarni istagan bo'lardim. Yosh bu raqamlar, eng katta baryer men bitta o'zgartirgan odam hayotini o'zgartira oladi. Va qo'rqish bu normal holat. Duxi ko'p odamlar ham baribir qo'rqadi. Mana Bekhruzga yozdim. I'm nervous dedim. Shahruzaga yozdim. I'm nervous. O'xshamayapmanmi nervousga? O'xshamayapman. Lekin siz buni ko'rmaysizda. Ko'rmasangiz yo'q degani emas-ku. Instagramga chiqib olamiz. Mana zo'r bo'ldi. Ishonavermanglar hamma narsaga. Qo'rqish odatiy holat. Dovdirash odatiy holat. Shu narsani biz normallashtirishimiz kerak jamiyatda. Shuning uchun men Instagramimda har doim aytaman, depressiya, stress, qiyinchilik, men qo'rqmayman. O'zimni borligimcha ko'rsatishga. Mana men zo'rman, cho'tkiyman, hammasi zo'r. Yo'q, kechirasiz. 3 kunlab turmaganman kravatdan. Abdulhamid kelib, prodyuserim ovqatlantirib ketganlar. Shunchalik depression bo'lganda, suv ham icha olmaganman. Yo'q, bu narsalar haqida aytmaymiz. Mana 9 oldim, mana men zo'rman. Ishonmang. Qo'rqish normal holat, dovdirash normal holat, yiqilish normal holat. Lekin yo'lni yurayotgan inson bosib o'tadi. Eng qimmat dunyodagi resurs nima? Health. Okay, duat Abdurazzoq shamonlaga. Good. What's the most valuable resource? Oldin time deb o'ylardim. Keyin qarasam, bir kunda bir hafta qila olmagan ishlarimni qilib tashlayapman. Keyin tushundim. Mana energiya. Energiya bo'lsa tog'larni ag'darib tashlaysiz. Bizib tashlaysiz hamma narsani. Lekin energiyani biz kerak emas narsalarga ketkazamiz. Qo'rqishga ketkazamiz. Bitta joyini ko'tar, bor qilganing sanga tezroq energiya kamroq ketadi. Lekin uni o'rniga bu nima bo'ladi? Unaqa mashina sizni energiyangizni yeb tashlaydi. Mana zen toolim. Meditation tool. Men o'zimdan so'rayman. Menga muhim bo'lgan narsalar nima? Nima narsalarni men kontrol qila olaman? Men o'rtasini tanlayman. Mana shuncha 10 ta narsa xohlayapman, lekin ikkitasini kontrol qila olar ekanman. Men shunga shukr qilib, shu narsaga fokus qilaman. Va hayotda bir nimaga erishaman. Happiness, da, Xurshid aka bilan bir xil mindset ekan bizda, take awaylar tayyorlabmiz. Happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one principle. Some things are within our control and some things are not. Masalan, bu yoqqa kelyapman-da, masalan, kech qolyapman, do'dirab, so'kib, voditelь bilan urushib, nervimga ketkazganim bilan tez kelib qolmayman. To'g'rimi? IELTS writingga kirdim, xudo ishqilib diagramma bo'lmasin dedim. Energiya qanaqa ishlaydi? Qo'rqqan narsangiz yopishadi. Sezganmisiz? Qo'rqqan narsangiz keladi. Kim sezgan? Nimagaligini bilasizmi? Chunki qo'rquvni vibratsiyasi kuchliroq. Kuchliroq, uni tezroq chaqirasiz, tezroq o'zingizga chaqirib olasiz. Tushunyapsizmi? Shuning uchun ham baribir bizda hamma narsa zo'rda to'g'ri aytilgan, yaxshi niyat, hamma narsa yaxshi niyatdan boshlanadi. Lekin biz buni prosta mantradek eshitib olamizda, we don't understand the application. Shuning uchun qo'lingizdan keladimi o'zgart? Men o'zimga aytaman, men shu narsani siqilganim bilan o'zgartira olmaymanmi deyman. If I can't, I let it go. And I concentrate on the things that are within my control. I'm a divine soul, your teacher, learner, Barno Mukimova. It was pleasure for me to talk to you. I'm not done. O'sha gap. Kirishdan oldin imtihonga iltimos. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brake. I'm invincible. I win every single day. Deb kiringlar, duxi ko'taringlar. You can do it. Thank you.
Speechless. That's it. That's all I can say, seriously. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being so open and vulnerable on the stage. Okay, I will give the turn to another speaker, guys. That is a person who made the impossible possible. Our niner, Jahongir Isomiddinov.
Hi, everybody. I was not expecting to perform right after Miss Barno, so if you give me a few more seconds. Yeah, it's nice to see everybody here gathered, and I know that most of you guys here, you come for some insights. You've come here to get some advice. You've come here to get some strategies, maybe ways to to ace that 9, 8.5 or an 8 in IELTS, and this is really great to see everybody here. But so just before the event with Xayrulla, we were discussing what topic I could possibly discuss during this event. And I was thinking about, talking about maybe reading, maybe listening, maybe speaking, maybe writing. But as soon as I wanted to talk, as soon as I said to Xayrulla that I want to talk about one of the sections, he told me that Bekzod, Bekzod, and Diyorbek, they all took those sections, and there's nothing left. And at the beginning, I was like a little bit frustrated. I didn't know what to talk about, and I was thinking like, what could possibly, what kind of topic could I possibly talk about that might be useful to you, that might be worth all the time that you're going to be spending on this event, and it's probably going to be about like 4 or 5 hours today. And one of the first things that came to my mind was to talk about the role of a teacher, because I know that probably more than 50% of you here studied IELTS before, more than probably 50% of you still studying it and planning to retake it. So can those people right now who are preparing for IELTS with a teacher raise their hands? So plenty of you, yes, plenty of you have teachers, okay, and plenty of you, I'm sure, have had teachers in the past. And the topic I wanted to talk about is the role of a teacher, and what you should be expecting from one when you're studying, when you're looking for one. And that's not an easy topic, because myself, that meant that I'm going to put myself under risk. Because in the past, I made a lot of mistakes. I used to I used to teach like in in my opinion, not the best way, and it's not easy. And I think like one of the ways that I could improve it is like at least admitting to it, and that's what I thought. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Good. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to go. Just let me take a look at my plan. Yeah, let's go. I know that when I ask my students what they like want to get from their teacher, what they usually say, like, Jahongir, can you give me a strategy to get a 9 in speaking? Is there a strategy to improve my reading to a band 9 level? Is there a way to make my writing, an 8 or an 8.5? And I wouldn't say there is a strategy. I never thought that we can find like one book or one video that can improve, that can help you. And just before the event, I decided to go on YouTube, which I personally use a lot. And I wanted to figure out how many videos and how many tutorials, how many classes there are that actually teach or how many videos, how many channels there are by IELTS examiners that can teach you how to do reading and listening and speaking and writing. And I was surprised that there were like more than 300-400 videos on how to improve all of those sections: reading, listening, speaking, and writing. All of those. So you basically, if you go on YouTube and try and find a channel that might possibly address some of your problems, like in reading and listening and speaking and writing, you can find bunch of those. You can find bunch of those. If you go on Instagram, there are many teachers like me. On Telegram, there are many teachers like me who offer online courses and all of that. There are a bunch of them. So you can find anything on any topic at this point, and I don't think, in my like personal opinion, I don't think you need a teacher these days. Like, if you really want to study IELTS, I'm sure you can do it on your own. But there is one thing that wasn't there in many online courses, on Telegram and Instagram, that I personally think that many students need. And this is one of the things that many teachers don't give you, even sometimes including me. I cannot just cope with the amount of workload I have, and I cannot give that to my students. And before the podcast with 4 Niners, and I remember talking to Mukhammadali, and Mukhammadali told me that Jahongir, that he is one of those few people who isn't going online anytime soon, I guess. And I was asking him like why, and he explained that, Jahongir, you understand that all of those reading strategies, all of those listening marathons, speaking marathons, there are like right now hundreds and thousands of them, and there is nothing unique you can make and offer online that others can use and others cannot find in other courses. And I was like, then why do you have a center? Yeah. Why do you teach? And he said that the only thing that in his case and in his center that makes his center stand out is the fact that he provides feedback. And it's not just simply saying what is wrong. I saw in his classes that he tries to deeply analyze every single essay that his student brings in the classroom, discuss it, and provide actionable and practical feedback. That's what I guess in most marathons right now don't have. That's what you need to be looking for, and that's what you should be expecting from your teacher. But there might be a but. Like you can say, Jahongir, I come up to my teacher and I say like, can you, Jahongir, check my essay? And what I personally saw from my own experience is that many teachers say they don't have time. They say like, I have a lot of students. I cannot, check your essay. I don't have time and whatnot. That's what usually teachers say that I saw personally. That's what I used to also say quite a lot in the past. But the problem is, like, guys, you pay for that, yeah? Most of you here pay, I'm sure, like, who study with teachers pay, like, more than 700,000 or 800,000 Sums. And I don't see any, like, justifiable reason why your teacher shouldn't be providing you with feedback. But right before this, one of the performers said that, that students these days and like before and overall in Uzbekistan very gullible. And I think it's just gullible, I guess. Many students are a little afraid to demand from their teachers, which I think you should be doing, all of you. I have students who constantly, they keep asking me, Jahongir Aka, give me feedback on this essay. And I honestly, when I don't have time, I say that I don't have time. And I do my best. Those students keep asking the same question. They keep asking me to check their essays, and finally they get it. They usually get their feedback. And that's one of the things that I wanted to communicate to you today. The fact that it would be great if everybody who is studying right now as a teacher start demanding what they want from their teacher. And after that, I also wanted to talk about the role of a teacher, like who your teacher is supposed to be in the classroom. And again, one of the speakers already covered that part, but I would love to dive a little deeper into that, because I remember when once I had a talk with Alex, and Alex, in one of the comments, when I asked like what qualities should a good teacher have, he gave me three. He gave me three things that a teacher must be. And I was very surprised, but at the same time, I knew that this is what you probably have to expect. So there are three things that your teacher needs to be for you to succeed with that teacher. So the first thing, I guess, is 100%. I guess everybody knows that it's your teacher needs to be educational. Yeah, he needs to know what he's doing. He needs to be competent. And I guess most teachers know that, and they can do that. The second thing, which Alex, described, he said that your teacher needs to be entertaining. It might sound like a little weird. I know that sometimes teachers say, like, Jahongir, I'm not supposed to be a clown here, like, no, I'm not here to make, funny lessons. I'm not here to, give you amusement. And I do agree. You're not supposed to be a clown, and you're not supposed to be clowning during classes. But the part was entertaining doesn't mean you should be making jokes every single second. Yes. So for me personally, if you feel like that your teacher is way too serious and they're not, making jokes during classes, which I personally do, not a lot, but yeah, that definitely keeps the students engaged. So I think educational, entertaining, and one of the last things that I think your teacher needs to be, that Alex wrote, which I really liked, is that your teacher is supposed to be inspirational. But the question is, what do I mean by inspirational? Do I mean giving you motivation every now and then, giving you motivational talk, showing you motivational videos? I guess no. For me personally, inspiration is a little different because I talked about it like during one of the previous events, and I figured out that you as a teacher need to be that, and like inspirational. And what do I mean by inspirational is that you don't really have to give your students motivation, but more trying to get to know your students. And again, during one of the performances, it's already been covered, but what I feel like in Uzbekistan is we have this we have a lot of it. We have this craze over getting into university, entering university. And if you don't enter university, it means you're failed. Yeah. I guess many people here felt that they were afraid just before the exams. Maybe their friends went through this. And I personally, I was in that position, and it felt horrible. It felt terrible. Like the moments before the exam, when the results came out, during the exam. And I knew that, I understand that you go through so many different emotions, and most of them usually are negative when it happens, like the exam itself. And so by being inspirational, I don't mean keep motivating your students constantly, but in my experience, being inspirational sometimes just means talking to your students. And in the first performance, if you remember, it was said that it's okay to, after classes, to have little conversations with your students, which I personally think is a great thing to do, because I myself do it. And that helps me understand my students better, because everybody has their own problems, issues, and sometimes students, they are very young, they're immature, they don't know what to do. And you might be one of the only sources of that help, maybe guidance when your students, facing difficulties in their life. And And I guess why I'm trying to right now emphasize the importance of being inspirational and getting to know your students is there was this little story that happened about probably 3 or 4 years. So one of my friends told me that when they were studying chemistry, their teacher, let's call that teacher Jahongir. So that teacher Jahongir had a student. Let's call her Layla. And Layla, she was quite depressed, but she was very hardworking, and she had a lot of expectations coming from her family members. Her family members wanted her to get into university, get a scholarship, and it was a lot of pressure for her. The story was, she set the exam, and after a few days, she got the results. The results were out. She was very sad, depressed, and unfortunately, she didn't get accepted. And I guess everybody, we all feel quite emotional when we don't get what we want, what we worked for. And it's completely fine. It's completely fine. But the problem with her, there was nobody beside her to tell that it is completely fine, that there's still time. She was very depressed. She was sad. She cried. And what happened after a few days, that she took her own life. So she basically committed a suicide because she couldn't handle the stress she was going through. And I think that all of us as teachers here must understand that in Uzbekistan we have a lot of that. We have a lot of students, tons of students who suffer from anxiety. They're sad, they're depressed when they're prepping for IELTS, math, or literature, or whatever. And I guess one of the things the teachers can do, and we're not supposed to do that, we don't have to, but I feel like it would be better if every teacher could, in a way, try and get a little bit, get a little deeper understanding of every single student that they're teaching. You might say, well, we have too many students, it's impossible. Oh, but you might be right, but students come to you, and in the first performance, they said that there are many parents who sometimes spend their last money on the education of their students, and they want their children to succeed in life, and they believe that you might help them with that. And I guess it's not going to take a lot of time for teachers, to take a little bit of time after classes and talk to students, because the case that I have just described, it might happen way more often than we see, because not many people talk about it. And so I guess that's what I wanted to deliver, the fact that teachers, whenever you're looking for them, I hope you will be able to find those teachers that cover that met all of those 3 criteria that I just described, that they need to be 1, educational, 2, entertaining, and 3, they need to be inspirational. And that's my personal opinion. That's coming from my personal experience, because the teachers who could actually do what I said right now, what I described right now, those were among the best teachers that I had in my life. And I hope you will be able to find it. And so that's it. That's what I wanted to talk about. I hope you guys should learn something. Just before I finish, I know that at the end of every presentation, people usually thank the audience and say just thank you. I didn't want to do that, because I believe that most of the job has been done by one person, and not only him, but I feel like he organized most of it. And I would love to ask the audience to do one thing. Can everybody right now take out their phones and switch on their cameras, because I would like to thank one of the organizers of this event, one of the people who made it happen. Sherzadaka, come over here. Sherzadaka, come over here. So this is the guy who made it possible. I'm sure there are probably more people behind the scenes, but I would like to thank Sherzadaka because he made this happen. He he organized all of this charitable event. So can you take a picture and tag Sherzadaka on your Instagram accounts?
Hammaga rahmat. Hammaga rahmat.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So I've also been thinking about a secret to getting a band 9. And when I met one person, I finally found out that's being a native speaker. So right now it's time for one person to shine on the stage, to share all his knowledge and his expertise with a specific way of doing so. He's a native speaker, he's a niner, and he's probably the most qualified one to share his knowledge from a different perspective. Aleksandr Finkelshteyn.
Can everybody hear me? 1, 2, 3. Is it clear? I always have problems with microphones, so if at some point you can't hear me, just look at me like this. And then I will know there is a problem. So I just wanted to say real quick, Jahongir made a very good point. The organization of this event is amazing. The whole idea of such an event. I have had dreams about events like this. I'm a big fan of ideas. I like big ideas. And for me, the idea of bringing together all of the niners, all of the biggest content creators, a lot of people that aren't speaking today that make content, they're here. If you guys know Abdurazak Khanov, he's right there. All of the biggest content creators and people who are working in the IELTS sphere are here today. And I think that's a beautiful, amazing moment to celebrate. So once again, to Mr. Umidjon, to Sharzad, who also invited me, thank you. This is an amazing event, and I'm very excited to be speaking to you here. Let's give a round of applause to the IDP team, guys. So, now that we are here, real quick, I just want to say, I can see by your eyes, you guys are hungry for lunch, because lunch is very soon. I feel the same way. I'm going to keep my presentation brief. I'll try to be as short as possible, and I want to make this presentation practical. So my goal today is very simple. I want to teach each of you how to use ChatGPT if you have never used it before, and if you have used ChatGPT, I want to give you some tips on how to make your use more effective, more productive, and overall better. Okay, give me a second. So let's do this real quick. I just want to check your usage of different tools. When we are in the classroom, when we are learning something, whether that be IELTS, whether you're learning marketing, whether you're learning logistic, anything like that, you need tools. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to name a classroom tool, something that you use to learn. And what I want you to do is, depending on how much you actually like and how much you use this tool, I want you to cheer. So for example, if I say good teachers, everybody should say woo really loudly. But if I say homework, all of you should say ooh, because nobody likes homework. Is that clear? Okay, so let's try. Let's begin with the first one. So I'm going to name something that you use to learn, and I want you to make as much noise as you are, excited about it. So, number 1, lessons. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, here's another one. Mock tests. That's a little bit quiet. It seems you guys don't like mock tests. Okay. Homework. Respectable. Okay. This one is, personally for me, Telegram channels. Okay. And lastly, artificial intelligence. There we go. So that is great. And I just want to say I am very lucky that today I am here talking about this topic. I feel like maybe even more than the other speakers, I am blessed because this is something that I talk about all the time. Regardless of where I am, regardless of who I'm with, after the lecture, come talk to me about ChatGPT. I'm ready. So here's me. Here's a picture of me. I know, very handsome. Thank you. Is there? Where should? Oh. There we go. You see that animation? Isn't that beautiful? Thank you. For the animation. Give a round of applause. Thank you. I know. I was up until 4 a.m. making this picture. 4 a.m. So, my name is Alex. I am the almost latest. So recently there's another niner, the 8th niner, Mr. Dalapon. I am the 7th niner, like Cristiano Ronaldo, in Uzbekistan. CR7. I studied for TESOL. I have a TESOL certificate. I am a certified teacher. I have had over 1,500 students. My channel is Alex Native IELTS. If you're not subscribed, you should be, okay? And I'll give you a reason to subscribe by the end of this little speech. So, let's continue. Oh, wrong side. No. Okay. This is to make you more hungry. Okay, here we go. So, today's lecture is going to be about ChatGPT. Raise your hand if you have heard the word ChatGPT, if you've heard about it. I know everybody's hands are really tired. I'm sorry, guys. This is the best way to talk to all of you. Okay, now let's do this. So all of you have heard about ChatGPT. Raise your hand if you have ever used ChatGPT, even once. Okay, nice. That's very happy. That makes me very happy. Raise your hand if you have used ChatGPT more than one time. Amazing. That is great. Okay, now raise your hand if you have used ChatGPT to cheat on your homework or on your university. Great. I am going to report all of you. I have your pictures. I know where all of you live. Thank you. Okay, so the thing about ChatGPT is that even though we know that it is the most powerful, most amazing, most innovative tool in the world, it's kind of difficult to know, what do we do with it? What is it for? Because the answer is, it's for everything. And that's why when the answer is everything, we don't even know what to start with. Today, I have, as I said, one main goal, or actually two main goals. The first main goal is to make you hungry. So this picture, this is a steak that I made. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Raise your hand if you love meat, if you love cooking meat. I see a lot of men, a lot of women, perfect. You guys eat meat with plov every day. I used to hate meat. I used to really be afraid of cooking meat. Because the thing is, if you cook the meat for a little bit too long, it becomes what? It becomes disgusting. It's like hard to eat. It's gray, it's not delicious, it's just like, it's okay. So here's what I did. I went to my best friend, ChatGPT. And I said, hello, Mr. ChatGPT, please give me your advice, please. How do I make a stick? Please tell me. And guess what ChatGPT did? ChatGPT said, I got you, bro, I got you. It took its artificial hand, it put it on my shoulder, and it said, I have your recipe. It gave me a full recipe. Here's the next thing I did. I said, ChatGPT, that's a great recipe. What should I buy to make this recipe? And ChatGPT said, I got you, bro. Here's a list of ingredients. And then I asked ChatGPT, but I live in Uzbekistan. ChatGPT gave me some ingredients that, you don't really have in Uzbekistan, specific like types of meat. I said, ChatGPT, I live in Uzbekistan. What should I buy if I live in Uzbekistan? And guess what? It made a new list of ingredients and it gave me all of the names. Did you know that, okay, I'm sorry. If you like meat, this is going to make you happy. If you don't like meat, I'm sorry. In Uzbek, there's a type of meat called kontrfile. In English, it's called New York strip. This is my favorite type of steak. So ChatGPT explained to me what kind of meat I should buy at the Uzbek supermarket to make the best steak. ChatGPT. It was incredible. Okay, so now that you are very hungry and ready for information, not for steak, but for information, let's get into today's lecture. I have two main things that I want to talk to you about. Okay. Oh, here's one more thing. Okay, we're going to continue talking about food. So, I did all of these things, right? I asked ChatGPT, how do I make a steak? What ingredients to use, etc. You can actually do this with Google. If you really want to, you can say, Google, what ingredients do I use? What Google cannot do is Google cannot look at your refrigerator. With today's ChatGPT technology, you can actually take a picture of your refrigerator just like this, and ChatGPT will tell you exactly what you can cook with those ingredients. And ladies and gentlemen, a couple days ago, I think around 1 week ago, there was a new innovation in the sphere of artificial intelligence with ChatGPT. Do any of you know what it was? Like around 1 week ago. Something very big. Something very important for all of you. Okay, that was Diyorbek's idea. He's going to talk about that, maybe not me. So, something came to Uzbekistan. Any ideas? Okay, so if you have not heard the news, let me tell you, because all of you are very quiet, you can now use freely ChatGPT in Uzbekistan. It's available for everybody. As soon as you can, actually, while we're having the lunch break, my recommendation to you is go on chat.openai. I will have the link, and you should start registering. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is what ChatGPT can do with food. Now let's talk about, I'm not a cooking expert, I'm an IELTS expert. What is ChatGPT useful for me? So as I said, number one is steak. Of course, it's great for cooking food. It's great for everyday things. ChatGPT can help with writing. So I have a little question for you. right? I did something kind of special. As you guys know, I have a Telegram channel, and on my Telegram channel, I need to write information all the time. Every day I need to make 1 or 2 posts. So I asked ChatGPT. I gave ChatGPT a lot of my own text, and I said, ChatGPT, please write using my voice. Write like me. Imitate me. I asked that from ChatGPT. And I asked ChatGPT to write a sentence. Here's the topic. The topic of the sentence is, use my writing style to write a short sentence to describe itself as a classroom tool. So this is like one sentence, and I have 2 versions. One version was written by me, and one version was written by ChatGPT using my voice. Okay? So it's a very similar sentence because ChatGPT knows how I speak. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read both of these sentences to you. Sentence 1, sentence 2. Okay? And I want you to guess which one was actually written by me and which one was written by ChatGPT. Are you guys ready? You ready? Okay, let's do this. What are you guys supposed to do? Find my sentence, okay? Let's get ready. So here is sentence 1. Make sure to listen very carefully. And as I said, these sentences are very similar. I didn't edit them. I asked ChatGPT. This is what it gave me. Sentence 1. ChatGPT is the most useful and productive tool for all students and teachers today. So this is sentence 1. Wait. Sentence 1. Now I'm going to give you sentence 2. ChatGPT is the most helpful tool for students and teachers to get quick answers and study help. So from these 2 options, which one do you think was written by me? If you think I wrote the first one, raise your hand. If you think I wrote the second one, raise your hand. Okay, that's amazing. All of you are wrong. Number 2, that's wrong. That's actually ChatGPT. That is ChatGPT. Can you imagine? I don't hear any applause. ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT! So more than half of you actually guessed the wrong version. The one that was written by ChatGPT, imitating my voice. ChatGPT sounds more like me than I sound like me. ChatGPT is literally me. So today, thank you. Thank you to that gentleman right there. Thank you. So today what I want to do is this. This takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to figure out the correct things to ask ChatGPT. I want to give you a list of 10 things that you can start asking ChatGPT today to use it in your IELTS preparation. Not for steak, not for writing. And lastly, lesson tool. I use ChatGPT in the classroom every single day for so many different things. Please? Hello? Okay, there we go. Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next thing real quick. Here's another very popular issue. And actually, it's great that we're talking about this today because, as I said, ChatGPT is available in Uzbekistan. The biggest barrier in the past was that it's not easy to get access to ChatGPT if you're from Uzbekistan, or at least it was. Nowadays, there are no more barriers. Every single one of you should begin using ChatGPT as soon as you can. Because the thing is, if you don't, then in 5 years, 6 years, when this technology is in every single person's pocket, just like Google, more popular than Google, you will be behind. So you should start using ChatGPT today. The first option is, of course, chats.openai. Take a picture. This is the official ChatGPT website. And as I said, during lunch, register for this as soon as you can. The registration process is very simple. You just put in your email, you put in your phone number. They don't sponsor me. I'm just saying you will be using this anyway. It doesn't even matter. The second option that you have is this, Telegram bots. So Telegram is, one of the most popular hacking softwares. All of the big hackers, all of the people who control the world, they're all on Telegram. So you have access to ChatGPT through Telegram. There are some disadvantages, but at least it's easy. Lastly, there's another option, forefront.ai. If you don't want to register for ChatGPT, this also works. So these are 3, These are 3 options that you can use to register and start using ChatGPT today. ChatGPT 4, 3.5, etc. Both of them are here. So this is what you should do today. Okay, this is like my takeaway number 1. ChatGPT is in your hands. Now I want to do a little bit of a there we go. Gift. Oh, animation. You see. Round of applause. Please. Animation. Thank you. As I said, I was up until 4 a.m. making this. I'm not joking. Does it look beautiful? Isn't it amazing? So, right now at the bottom, there is a link, t.me Gala lecture. So this is a Telegram channel that I made specifically for this lecture. I'm serious. Pull out your phones right now. I want to see everybody on their phones. The only thing I'll be talking about is based on what's in the channel. So right now, open it. Right now. I want to see everybody on their phones. This is the first time during a lecture that the speaker wants to see everybody looking at their phones. So I'm going to open it together with you. We will get to Ketmanboy. He is my best friend. Okay. So I think most people have opened it. I see 96 people in the channel. Thank you very much. So if you go to the very top of the channel, you have all the information there. Everything is very clear. What I want to do with you real quick is I want to go through what I have actually created in this channel, and I want to give you some explanations. So what I actually recommend you do is this. If you have not registered for ChatGPT, there's a very easy thing you can do, and that is to use the Telegram bot. So it says good at the very top of the channel. Let me pin it real quick. You guys should be able to see it. At the very top of the channel, there is a link, which is GPT-3 Unlim Chatbot. So open that right now. It's free. You can use it right now. The reason why I want you to use it is because my goal today is this. I want each of you, if you have never used ChatGPT, to try to use it today. Just once. Because I want you to know what it feels like. What it feels like to have somebody respond to you in 2 seconds with any question that you have. So let's go down a little bit. So go down in the channel. The first thing is learning vocabulary. As you can see by the time I sent the messages, this was sent at 3 a.m. because it was sent at 3 a.m. And I actually have voice recordings for every single prompt explaining exactly how to use them. Don't listen to them right now. You can listen to them after the lecture. This is my gift to all of you for joining today's amazing gala, and I hope that this will help you. We're not finished though. So I hope this will help you in your future IELTS preparation. As I said, I'm very passionate about this. So I'm not talking about this because I need to give you a gift. I'm talking about this because I want to give you this gift so that all of you can be 5 steps ahead. So here, let's look at the first one. The first prompt is called learning vocabulary. Every single one of these prompts has something called a spot. So this means like a little place where you need to change the text. So if we look at the first one, let me read it myself. ChatGPT, please provide me number of the most important vocabulary words for the topic of topic. Topic of topic. Give me a definition for each in simple words, as well as 2 example sentences. Thanks. Remember, if you don't say thanks to ChatGPT, you will be in danger. Okay? It remembers. It remembers everything. Be careful. Be careful. So look, this is one of the easiest ways to learn new vocabulary. Any topic that you have difficulty with. Let's do this. I'm going to name an IELTS speaking topic from the Speaking Assistant app, my favorite application. Raise your hand if you have difficulty with this topic. Environment. Is it a difficult topic? Okay, very good, very good. Okay, fishing. Over there, all of them are fishermen. They know all the vocabulary. Experts, balık masters. Good job, guys. What about this? Art and design. Is this an easy topic or difficult? This is a difficult topic. Not easy. Not easy. Good job. So, what you should do is at the very top, you should write number. This is how many words you want to learn. And then topic. This is the topic that you want to learn about. And ChatGPT will make everything immediately. My recommendation is while we are going through this list, start using them literally right now. Just try it because it's free and you can do it immediately. As I said, the Telegram bot is right there at the top. It says good Telegram bot. The next thing is, here's the second one. This is another very common thing people have trouble with. Idioms. Mr. Alex, I do not know idiomatic language. Idiom bunema, Mr. Alex. So here is your answer. You don't have to ask me anymore. Any idiom that you don't know about, you can ask ChatGPT. And something else you can do is you can ask ChatGPT to give you a list of idioms with explanations. Let's look at number 3, practicing vocabulary. This one I actually created last night at 3:05. And when I created it, my eyes, they opened so wide. I was like, wow. Because I literally just made this prompt. I just wrote it. So here's what you do. You ask ChatGPT the full question, and at the bottom, you put a list of words. Up to 30 words. Any words that you want to practice. For example, you recently learned about vocabulary for fishing, right? Let's say you now know the words tackle, bait, fishing rod. You know all this amazing fishing vocabulary because you're now also a balık expert, okay? So here's what you do. You say, ChatGPT, here's the list of vocabulary, and you put in all of those words that you want to practice. And ChatGPT makes a full practice vocabulary test completely for free. In the past, you would have to pay people to make these kinds of tests because it takes so much time. You have to plan the sentence, etc., etc. It's so long and so stupid. Now ChatGPT, 2 seconds, together. The reason why I'm talking about ChatGPT, because all these amazing things, I didn't do any of this, but you guys are still clapping because, yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's skip a couple of them. As I said, all of the instructions are there. I want to talk to you about the two last prompts. So the last two, these are my favorite. So let's look at prompt number 8. Prompt number 8, prompt number 9. I'm not good at mathematics. Debate partner. So one of the best ways to improve your speaking is to have a debate, to talk to somebody and to prove them wrong. For example, somebody says, getting a 9 is important. And you say, no, getting a 9 is not important in IELTS. Nobody cares about 9. And you have a debate. So you can actually do this exact same thing with ChatGPT for free. And you can do anything you want. You can choose any topic. You can talk about IELTS. You could talk about politics. You could talk about food. What is better, steak or cereal, for example? This is one of my favorite ones. And now let's talk about the last one. The last prompt, this was immediately seen by Mr. Shahrbek Alimov. He has amazing eyes, as we know. The last prompt, would you guys like to read the name, number 10? Ketmonboy. So the last name is Ketmonboy GPT. This is a special IELTS prompt for ChatGPT. What you do is you give ChatGPT a persona. This means you give it a personality, you give it a background story. I recommend you to read the background story right now. And ChatGPT will pretend to be this person. In this case, it says, pretend to be a 20-year-old male named Ketmonboy. Always stay in character, etc., etc. As Ketmonboy, respond in a way that reflects your friendly, ambitious, and respectful nature, incorporating your interests and lifestyle into your interactions. Okay, let's do this. Somebody who has already read this, what are Ketmonboy's interests? Anybody read it? Maybe? No? Nobody read it? Okay, sports is one of those. Teaching is one of those. What is his biggest dream, Ketmonboy? To achieve? This is his dream. So here's what I recommend you to do. As soon as you have time, take this whole prompt, put it into ChatGPT, and see what he says back to you. Because it might be very interesting to see a reflection of yourself. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Subscribe now. Go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last thing is, what I paid attention to while joining his Telegram channel in this ChatGPT, I see the specific parts of it which mean a lot being made in bold, жирный шрифт, you know? He specifically made it bold for you guys to understand it in a better way. So again, one round of applause for this amazing gift from us. So thank you very much. After spending so much time on the stage, now let me briefly tell you about the breakdown of our today's event. So the first part of it, which we have covered right now, was more of a psychological one and about you being prepared for the test itself with the materials. But in the second part, we're going to dive deep into each section of the test. So how to get the best score possible in speaking and listening and reading and writing section. So these lectures are going to be held by niners and the ones who are very, very shy away from a band 9. So it's going to be the most educational part of the event. And another thing is, those who stay till the end of the event might be also lucky to take the test for free. Free seat is provided by IDP. Very good, guys, very good. So before we get started, I want to tell you a brief story. Has anyone heard about a 10-second barrier? 10 sekundli barrier degan narsa bor, eshitganmisizlar? At the end of 20th century, there was a race. 100 metrga yugurish bo'yicha race bo'lgan. И o'sha momentgacha hech kim o'sha 100 metrlik race'ni 10 soniyadan kamroqda bo'yicha yugura olmagan. No one. И o'sha yilning o'zida 1963 yil bitta odam bo'yicha yugurib o'tgan. And guess what? Next year, 4 people broke that record. So why do I say that? Because right now, we have the person here, our guest speaker, who broke that record and made the impossible possible. Our first Niner lady, Mamura Yuldasheva.
Whoa. Assalamu alaikum hammaga. Can you hear me? Yes? I can hear you too. First of all, I want to thank IDP, Sherzad, Umidjon Ishmukhamedov, and all of you for coming, for supporting all of us Niners and other experts. Our goal is to help you see one thing. Who knows what it is? What's our goal here? What's the purpose of this event? All right, my daughter wants to say something. What do you want? IELTS. Do we agree? Yes? All right. So I have a presentation planned, but before that, I am so touched by what I heard by the speakers before me that I want to say something really quickly. O'zbekcha gapiraymi, inglizchami? Menga o'zbekcha gapiring deb so'rashdi, but I want you guys to decide. Who wants to say mix? All right, we'll do mix. Menga ham shu qilay. Okay, so birinchi bo'lib aytmoqchi bo'lgan narsam, bitta speakerning gapi menga juda ham emotional levelda ta'sir qildi. Barno Mukimovaning gaplari. Odam fearni face qilish kerak, to'g'rimi? Qo'rquvini yonida turish kerak. You have to face your fears. O'zbekchasini aytolmayman. That's something that I did too. Aytishingiz mumkin, Amerikadan kelgansiz, shunaqa gaplar bo'ldi, bilsanglar. Amerikadan kelganlar of course 9 oladilar. Amerikadagi studentlardan so'ranglar, Amerikadagi IELTS average nechiligini. It's not 8, it's not 7.5. Right? So bu bilan nima demoqchiman? 9 olish is not the work. All right? To reach to the level where you are satisfied with yourself, o'zingizlar qilgan ishingizga rozi bo'lish, sizlar bosib o'tmoqchi bo'lgan qadamga yetsanglar, o'sha yerda sizlar xursand bo'lsanglar, ana o'sha sizlarga success. Okay? So it's not 9 or it's not whatever the score that you're trying to get. It's when you're truly happy with where you are. Katta bo'lsanglar, hayotingizda, qotgan ishingizda, karyerami, o'qishinglardami, xursand bo'lib, shundan rozi bo'lib, mamnun yashasanglar, mana shu real success. Buning uchun hozir meni akajonim aytdilar, nima edi? G'ayrat bo'lmasligi mumkin, lekin kuch bo'lish kerak. To'g'rimi? Shunaqamidi? G'ayratim mo'sen ham kuchimni olma. Right? Birinchi bo'lib energy, keyin sog'liq. Sog'liq bo'lmasa, hech narsa 9 ham ko'zga ko'rinmaydi. Another thing, yana bittasi aytmoqchiman, mana narsa juda ham kuchli narsa. To'ppa-to'g'ri aytdilar Barno. Miya, right? Your mind is the most powerful thing that you have. Whatever you tell your mind, miyangizga nima desangiz, shu narsani qilishga u tayyorlanadi. Sizda tayyorlaydi. To'g'ri, birinchi bo'lib Xudodan so'raysiz, ey Allohim, ishimni oson qilgin, mana shu narsani menga uqtirgin. Boshda aytdilar-ku, o'qish bilan o'qish farqini, to'g'rimi? Shu narsani menga yuqtirgin deb so'raysizlar. Ikkinchi bo'lib shunga yarasha sizlar harakat qilasizlar. Sandan harakat, mendan barakat. So, harakat qilayotganlarda o'zingizlarga aytinglar, men shuni qila olaman. Whatever you want to do. 9 olishmi, 8 olishmi, qasr o'qishga kirishmi, chet elga ketishmi, nima qilish bo'lsa ham o'zingizlarga shuni aytinglar, ishontiringlar o'zingizlarni. Shuni qila olishimga ishonaman deylar. O'shandan keyin miyanglar in magical ways. Bilmaysizlar, magical ways is going to make the universe come together so that you get there. It's very powerful. I did this to myself and I know it works. Well, all right. So today my goal is to help you improve your speaking. So let me just get a show of hands. Kim Englishni yaxshi biladi? Kim English yaxshi biladi? Come on. Yes, I know more of you. All right. Kim Englishni yaxshi bilib turib speaking qilmaydi? All right, good. Kim speakingdan high score olgisi kelyapti? Yes, everybody. Thank you. So today, Xudo xolisa kelganingizga afsuslamaysizlar. Men sizlarga berilgan vaqt ichida speakingdan o'zim ishlatgan 2 marta 8.5, 2 marta 9 olgan paytlarimda ishlatgan strategiyalarni cho'tki qilib aytib berishga harakat qilaman. And I hope it will help you. Hammamiz bilamiz, 4 ta narsaga qaraladi speakingda, right? Fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, keyin pronunciation, how you speak. So, we'll go one by one. Birinchi bo'lib, I want you to be able to answer the question fully, right? Tell me about your hometown. I'm from Tashkent. All right, give me more information. Don't leave the examiner hanging, okay? Don't leave the examiner sitting there thinking they want to hear more about what you want to say. I'm from Tashkent. I live in a small apartment in this region, and I'm surrounded by so many stores, by learning centers, but give more information. Start small and go big, or go big and small. If you want to talk about your city, start from where you live. Maybe the kind of place that you live in, the streets that you're surrounded by, or the places that you're surrounded by. And then you can end by saying that this city is in this country, and maybe where this country is located. So that way you have a full, grounded, well-rounded answer. So the examiner is not sitting there thinking, I'm going to ask them more questions about this. All right. So this is what I mean by answer the question fully. And of course, you're given certain time, right? The exam is about 15 to 20 minutes, the speaking exam. So the first part, second part, third part, they have their own time limits. So don't wait until you give your answer to the end, right before the next question starts. Give your answer first, and then give your description, explanation. Connect ideas. Bog'dan tog'dan kemela. All right? When you say something that's relevant to it. Don't just jump all over the place. That's number one. It affects your fluency. It affects your coherence. And stay on topic. Okay, we all know when you go off topic, you lose yourself, right? You will know you are going off topic. Misol uchun javob berayotgan paytda boshqa narsa haqida gapirib ketib qolamiz. Chunki o'sha narsa bizga osonroq gapirish. Maybe vocabularyimiz yetarli emasdir, maybe idealarimiz yetmayotgandir. Lekin bizga qulay narsani gapirib ketamiz, but you might be going off topic. Agar off topic ketib qolsanglar, you can come back to the question. I want you to visualize something. This is a jar, right? Banka. It has marbles in it. Let's say you put your hand in the jar and you want to pick out a marble. How many marbles can you pick out? Nechta ola olasizlar marble munda? Two, right? Now imagine these are topic vocabulary. This jar is your vocabulary jar. And the circles inside are how much words you know for different vocabulary. It's okay. It's not bad for beginners, right? It's very limited. You can only discuss maybe a couple of subjects, different topics. But you're going to need more words if you want to be able to go into IELTS exam. So you're going to increase your marbles. You're going to add more marbles to it. You're going to increase your vocabulary. And then you can pick out more marbles, different colors, so you can discuss different topics more flexibly. Okay? That's okay. It's better. Not the best. But when your jar is full, you will know that you are free. You are confident that you can discuss any topic that the examiner throws at you. So now we're talking, right? One more tip etmoqchiman. Vocabulary increase qanaqa qiladi deb so'rashadi mendan. Vocabulary increase qilish juda ham oson. Bitta yo'li, write it down. When you read something that you're not familiar with, sizlarga yangi bo'lgan so'zlar bo'lsa, yozib olinglar daftarga, and shunga 2-3 misol qilib gap tuzinglar. So write a sentence for each new word that you come across so that it doesn't become new to you anymore. It doesn't become fancy word to you anymore. It's going to become part of your marbles. All right? Next thing is the lexical resource. Lexical resource pretty much means how you use your words to speak your mind, to give your opinion. Qancha so'z bilishingizdan tashqari, it's how you use them. Because the English, we all know, it's crazy, right? Here I have some words here that go together. These are called word partnerships. So when you read a lot of simple English first, all right? Don't jump ahead and go to Shakespeare or something. Start small. Learn the basic level of language that people use in everyday conversations. And then you will go ahead and increase your vocabulary that way as well. Next one is your accuracy. So bankadan so'zlar topayotgan paytda just randomly olmaysizlar. You have to know which words to select. You have to know which words are good for your topic that you're discussing so that it makes sense. It has to be clear, right? Ko'p so'zlar bor, they sound the same, they're written similarly, but they mean two different things. So make sure your words are clear, accurate, and of course appropriate for the content or the topic that you're suggesting or discussing. Now, grammatical range and accuracy, judayam tricky one, right? It's not just grammar. It's more than just grammar. It's how you use grammar flexibly. Ertalab turdim, choy ichdim. Yo'lga chiqdim, eventga keldim. Hozir o'tiribman, hozir gapiryapman, sizlarni ko'rib turibman. I sound like a robot, like a monotonous robot. But you want to be able to say something a little different. You're going to be able to play around with your sentences. Ertalab xursand bo'lib turib, choyimni ichib, yo'lga chiqdim. Hozir o'tiribman, sizlarni ko'rib xursand bo'laman, gapiryapman, maza qilyapman. And then you're going to say like, hozir obeddan yoki lunchdan keldik, endi o'tiribmiz. See how the variety is going? English is the same. Okay? You have to have different sentence structures when you're speaking and when you're writing. So what I have here is a little range that shows from simple to complex sentence structures. It's easier to do when you're writing, but it counts just as much in speaking. The examiner will actually pay attention to what kind of sentences you're speaking in. All right? So pay attention to your tenses. The longer, the more complex your sentences are, higher chances that you'll have different tenses involved. Now, by accuracy, I mean where you use those tenses. Let's do an example. Who can tell me the translation of this statement? Listen, the translation. Agar test qiyin bo'lishini bilganimda, kuchliroq tayyorlangan bo'lardim. Kim aytoladi? All right, you. Can we get the microphone to him? He's right there in the center. Did you raise your hand? Yes. Agar test qiyin bo'lishini bilganimda, ko'proq tayyorlangan bo'lardim.
If I had known that test difficult, I would have prepared harder.
All right.
Correct.
Good.
Is that correct? Correct.
Anybody else? Not you. Yes. Let me give you so everybody can hear you.
Okay, if I had known the test was going to be difficult, I would have prepared so hard.
If I had known the test was going to be difficult, I would have studied better, harder, more. Yes? How many tenses were involved in the sentence? How many? 3? If I had known, right? Perfect conditional. That the test was going to be difficult, I would have studied harder. But do you see what I'm trying to get with this? In one simple sentence, the test was going to be hard. That's a simple statement with one tense. But when you speak in this kind of structure, you're going to involve more tenses because it makes sense that way. Okay? And how do we get there? We read. We read a lot. Pronunciation, this is my last topic here. Pronunciation is not exactly the same thing as your accent. Everybody has an accent. If your first language is not English, I have an accent, Americans have an accent, the British have an accent, everybody has an accent. But pronunciation is when somebody can understand what you're saying, right? Like Alex, he spoke in Indian accent, but we understood, right? We all understood. When Indians speak, it's funny, but we understand. When Chinese people speak English, it's really funny, but we still understand. They speak in a Chinese accent. So, you want to study love, right? This guy is coming probably to the United States to study. What is he trying to study? Law, yes? To become a lawyer, jurist bo'lish. But he can't say law because he's never learned how to say it. So he says love. And then it causes the miscommunication. So what I want to focus on is accent. To improve your accent, you need to listen to a lot of native level English as much as you can through different sources. Okay? I say listen to podcasts a lot. I'm a big fan of podcasts. I think they help you tremendously with your speaking, reading, thinking, with speaking part 3 especially. But there are so many ways that you can get your accent improved. You can watch videos, you can imitate people who are speaking the language. You can also pause in the middle of maybe audiobooks and then try to read that sentence yourself, the same way that the audiobook read it. So if the examiner can't understand you, of course, he's not going to be able to grade you, right? So you have to be able to speak in a way that they understand. And then connected speech. Do we know what connected speech is? Yes? You raise your hands first. So I'm going to say something, and I want somebody to read it or say it to me in a connected speech. I am going to buy my daughter an ice cream. I am going to buy my daughter an ice cream.
I'm gonna buy my daughter an ice cream.
Perfect. Did we hear that? I'm gonna buy my daughter an ice cream. So I'm gonna say it one more time. Tell me which words I am stressing. I'm gonna buy my daughter an ice cream. Daughter, ice. What about the cream? Did I emphasize the cream? Ice in daughter, right? Daughter, ice. So somebody who's not a native level speaker, who doesn't have much experience with connected speech, when they hear me, they say, daughter, ice, right? But what I'm really saying is, I'm going to buy my daughter an ice cream. Okay? This is how they speak. I learned French for 5 years in school. I understand all of your struggles when you're learning English. It's really hard to study a language when you're in a different country, right? Because you're surrounded by other languages. You're only spending a few hours in the classroom for this language that you want to master. I took French for 5 years. I thought I knew the best French, right? And then I went to Paris for 1 month to study abroad. No idea what they were saying. I was lost at the airport. When I got off the plane, I was lost at the airport. They were speaking so fast, so, I don't know, beautiful French. And I didn't understand anything they said. And I couldn't even respond to anybody. It was really hard for me to go through the checkup thing. Like, okay, just follow everybody. So they used connected speech. They used these patterns of pronunciation and speech patterns that I did not practice during the 5 years. I learned from books. I learned from my teacher, who was not a native French speaker, but she didn't teach us how to speak like a native. They taught us how to read and write. And I think that's most of your struggles here. Yes? We're good with listening, we're good with reading, but writing and speaking, usually we get a low score. Because of this, you need to be in that environment, but how can you be in that environment? You gotta put yourself into it yourself. Okay? You gotta make yourself immerse in the language that you're trying to study. If you want to do good in math, matematikadan yaxshi baho olaman deb examga tayinlayotgan bo'lsangiz nima qilasizlar? Men nima qilganman? Har xil formulalarni davolga yoshirib qo'yardim dars qilayotganimda, right? Telefonimda ham olib yurardim. Qaragan joyimda matematika bo'lardi, shu kirsin miyamga deb. Right? Bir paytda kitob ustida ham qilganman. Qayerdadir rasmni ko'rib qolib, miyaga kirar ekan deb. So you got to put yourself in that environment. You got to create that English atmosphere around you yourself. And the way to do that is to be forceful, okay? Be active. Don't care about what anybody else says. Speak to yourself in English. Talk to yourself. Look at a mirror or on your phone. Record yourself speaking and then listen to it and write down what you just said. Find the mistakes, fix it, say it again, listen to it again. Do it a few times. You'll get used to it. It's not going to be hard anymore. Now, all right, what I want you to leave with is speak naturally, okay? I think every instructor in here knows this and they will tell you that. Try to speak naturally. Don't try to sound like somebody else. Don't try to use fancy words or think too hard about speaking. Speak naturally, just however you are. If you take a lot of breaks, do the same thing. Usually, if you don't speak fast, don't start doing that on the exam. Or if you speak slow, usually, don't start doing that on the exam. And then use simple language. It goes along the same line. Oson tilda gapirila. Okay? Because the other person wants to understand you. I got blah, 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 I don't know, incubator, right? It doesn't make sense. If you just speak normally and then you jump at a really fancy word, it will stand out. It will look weird. It will sound weird to the examiner. And then don't stress. I know it's easier said than done. Stress kerak emas narsa. To'g'ri, katta narsani oldida har doim hayajon bo'ladi, but use it towards improving yourself. Use that energy to improve yourself. Try to manage your stress by stressing before the test. Okay? Go home, try to prepare for the test, do your stressing so that you don't stress on the actual exam. And then trust your practice. Okay? Yetarlicha practice qildimmi, Mamura opa, bilmayman. Bir soatdan bir tayyorlayapman yoki bir haftadan bir tayyorlayapman yoki 20 ta essay yozdim. No, we don't need to. Trust your experience, trust your learning process. Hozir aytib kimgadir bitta essayni noldan, shu yozganingizda birinchi draftdan final draftgacha olib boringlar. Practice qilish uchun, misol uchun speakingda ham bitta gapirganingizda satisfied bo'lmadinglarmi? Xuddi shu speechni boshdan qaytarib shuni improve qilinglar. Writing ham xuddi shu narsa. Okay? And then be confident. Of course, your confidence will show. When you're confident, you don't stress. You will remember what you're going to say and you will think more clearly. Yana bitta narsa bilan tugatmoqchiman speechimni hozir. I think vaqtim yaxshi. IELTS bu one thing, right? Sizda haqadir ketyapsizlar, mana ko'p aytganman, oliy maqsadinglar bo'lishi kerak. Haqadir ketyapsizlar. Qanaqadir bitta karyerami, qanaqadir bitta joyga borib o'qishmi, ishlashmi, nima bo'lsa ham, you have a goal, your ultimate goal. IELTS is just one rung on the ladder. Narvonni bitta oyog'i. Nima deydi? Etapi, nima deydi? Zinasi. Okay? Buni ustida energy ketkazmanglar. Focus on the road. Okay? You're not gonna learn English, take IELTS and be done with it. But you will study for IELTS, take IELTS and you'll be done with it. But you'll know English. You will learn English for the rest of your life. I'm still learning English. Everybody needs to continue to learn after IELTS. All right? Your goal is not IELTS. Your goal is to be able to speak English freely, confidently, with your full self. Rahmat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a wonderful speech. Now it's high time to invite me another person here. He is the type of person who will go to the exam, bang, end up with 8.5. But like, nah, I'm not giving up. Bam again, entering the exam, 8.5. I'm not giving up on it again. Bam again, 8.5, but not giving up on it again. And finally, he's made it. A band 9. Not only one time, but twice. Diyorbek Hayitmurodov.
When Shohru was saying bang, I thought he was talking about our fight, you know? We had this internet beef online, so I'm just joking. Anyway, so Ismail told me that I need to be covering the listening section of the exam, and I was like, what's there to talk about? And then that's the question I've had since I started this whole, I didn't even prepare, I didn't do much in the way of preparation for this talk because there's not much to talk about when it comes to listening, I believe. Oh, there's lots of you, honestly, you know. But I remember when I was like in Lyceum, I had a friend who was studying in Molia. Anyone studying Molia? Okay, one student from here. And basically back then my English was really like bad to the point that I didn't know much English. And what we did with my friend, we gave him a test and he was doing the test and without knowing anything about the IELTS exam. And he got 34 out of 40 back then. So I believe there is nothing academic about the listening section of the exam. So if there is any section of the exam, that would be listening. For example, for speaking, you need to know something. For writing, you need to know what overview is. For reading the same, you need to know referencing and whatnot. But if there is one part of the exam that you need no academic skills, that would be listening, I believe. But yesterday I read that Paul Graham or someone famous said, if there is like a lecture or anything like that, people don't remember much. They don't, you know, they remember 1 or 2 points only. If there are 2 points that I want you to remember, that would be note taking. I'm just telling in advance, and active listening. So if there is anything about this, I don't want you to remember my, you know, not so successful joke of bang joke, Oh, I just want you to remember these two things, note-taking and active listening. So without further ado, I guess I'm going to start. I'm not really technically I'm good to go. So like Shohrukh introduced me, I am Diyorbek Hayitmurodov and I'm a double niner. And these are the people that we helped with so far in my 8 years of experience in teaching IELTS. If you look at these results, do you think that what they have in common? What they have in common is they all have scored really high scores in listening and reading. And listening is the easiest skill to improve. Don't you agree? Right? It's the easiest skill to improve. And there's not much you have to do besides listening so much. And if your goal is to score 8, you need to be getting 8.5 and 8.5 in listening and reading, which is feasible. So I just want to talk to you about two things. I want to talk about part 2 and part 3 together, and part 1 and part 4 together, because I believe they are kind of connected. I'm not really going into the details of what's there in part 1, what's there in part 2, and etc., because you already know it. You've been doing IELTS, I believe. So it turns out average score in the world is, for listening section, 6.49, whereas in Uzbekistan it's 6. Do you think that's the highest score for all other sections? Which section might be higher for Uzbekistan? Writing, speaking, listening, reading. Listening is the highest indeed. But if you look at the other sections, they are even way lower too. And I was checking, as I was making the presentation, I was looking at the demographic. And Uzbekistan is actually bottom of the list. We are tailing the list in terms of listening as well. Here, it's Uzbek language. Your first language actually might be Russian or English. Has anyone ever actually, when they were registering for the exam, they chose English as a first language just to trick the examiner? If you're an English speaker, you'll get a higher score. Have you done that? No, it's not going to work. I'm just going to have to tell you that because it's only for marketing purposes. When you're choosing the language, it's only for marketing purpose. And in Uzbekistan, it turns out the average score is 6. I think rightly so, because we don't really do much in the way of listening, which is about active listening, which I will talk about in a bit. All right. So I want to talk about part 1 and part 4 together, because me being an organizer of mock tests pretty much every weekend, I'm actually coming from the mock test right now. And I know for a fact that IELTS has gotten its shape and form. So in part 1 and part 4, in most cases, you have one word only. Whereas in part 2 and 3, you have matching information and multiple choice types of questions. So when you have one word only, what you can do, without even listening to the audio, you can actually find the answers. And then you can be 100% sure that you've got all the answers if you have a bit of logic. Because people have different, levels of logic. So what we can do, we can look at the, real exam questions and then see what happens if you use 3 things. First of all, your logic. Second of all, your grammar and your knowledge of collocation. When you're doing completion questions or gap filling questions, whatever you name them, you need to keep 3 things in mind. Okay, I want you to remember 3 things. What? Grammar, collocation, and logic. All right? So, you're going to have to obviously read the instructions, one word only. And if you look at that, it's a conversation about short film competition. In listening part 1, you know that there are 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, because you need to be able to differentiate the voice. Right? So there are examples. And if you look at the first question, submitted before Wednesday. So you could be asking in your head, which Wednesday? Maybe they talk about second Wednesday, or they will tell you a date. There's no way you can predict the date, but you can actually, it could be either a date or the second Wednesday or third Wednesday or fourth Wednesday. Don't use any with experience. When you are making a short film, what can you not use with experience? Who can it be? It can definitely be a person. What kind of person can it be? Alex, what do you think? You make a lot of films. So
I have 5 for listening.
Well, 5 for listening, I know it. But can you don't use any short what? In your experience?
Equipment.
Equipment, you see, he's not really smart. His logic is quite low. Because equipment cannot have experience. What can it be that can have experience? Person or actor, you can already guess who can have experience. Can equipment have experience? No. So you need to be using your logic. And again, it's like you're going to get sense of it over time. And it also has to collocate and grammatically make sense. And then for the film, it's necessary to include a child or. So what do you think it could be? A child or what? It could be someone or something, right? It could be in a film, what can you be using? It could be an animal actually, right? Get permission for anything. When you're making a film in this day and age, tool, maybe you're getting it from somewhere. What else? We are living in the age of internet and your intellectual, what? Property is really protected, right? So what could it be? It's something related to copyright, I believe, right? You can use your logic and check that English, I think, movie, English, what could it be? Subtitles. You already do that. You can open any Cambridge book, and when you're doing part 1 and part 4, you can actually test this. You can get most of the answers by using your logic, a bit of grammar, and knowledge of collocation. I think that's more perceptible or obvious when I do the next slide. Let's look at part 1, challenges of living in space. Do you have now things are more academic, right? We are talking about part 4. You might not necessarily have the knowledge of whatever the topic is. So in this case, challenges of living in space, none of us has been lucky enough to, I believe. Has anyone been up in space? You've been in space? Anyone? Jahongir, you've been up in space? Alex was. I know Alex has done lots of things. Alex the Jew, yes. He's done so many things. So when you're up in space, there are certain challenges, right? So living on the International Space Station, do you know that's the most expensive man-made structure in the world? Then you try to associate with what you already know about the topic. Oftentimes you don't know the topic, but if you have been lucky enough to have read about the topic, you can use your knowledge. So astronauts spend months in microgravity, so their blood moves to their head. You see its head, so it has to be something related to body part. What do you think it could be? Chest? What else? Feet? Could it be feet? What else? Could be... But it has to be a body part, right? It has to be a body part because it's head and whatever. They lose minerals. Do you know how many minerals in the Mendeleev table? So it has to be one of them, right? Such as, it could be iron, it could be magnesium, it could be calcium. You just need to listen carefully for which one it to be. They have to exercise 2.5 hours. You're up in space. Are you exercising to lose fat? Are you exercising to lose muscle? What are you doing there? Up in space. Are you exercising? Like, what are you doing it for? Is your goal to lose muscle there? No, actually to not lose muscle. Because here it says to avoid. And most people probably end up choosing fat, but when you're up in space, I think it's going to happen quite reversely. They may suffer from poor when you're back on Earth. What do you think it could be that you are suffering from? Something related to health. So most of the time, that's what you can do. When you're up in space, look at the next one. NASA continues to improve ways to recycle water, including something up in space, in International Space Station, 2 forms of water. I think you can only recycle. What are they? I think we're going to talk about it later, but you got it. I think it has to be sweat, right? Sweat is something you can recycle. So in part 1 and part 4, 2 things in mind when you're doing. Make sure that you are using your knowledge of collocation, you're using your knowledge of grammar and logic. You can already, I guess, most of the time when we do this kind of test with our students, we end up getting most of the answers even before we listen to the audio. That's something you can do. Whereas in part 2 and 3, I think it's mostly about paraphrase. So you need to be like, I believe, do an exercise called this exercise. So if you look at this, it's part 2 and part 3 now related to something academic. And most of the time, you're listening to 2 students. I believe part 3 is indeed the single most difficult section of this exam. When you're doing this, pay attention to, obviously, keywords. Like, for example, if you look at the first one, 21, according to Ali and Jason, Dr. Franklin showed video games. So the correct answer is A. For a long time is being paraphrased in the audio since the 1990s. It's not a sudden breakthrough. In the same way, reading is a test of paraphrase. Listening part 3 and 2 is exactly that.
it's testing if you can recognize the paraphrase. And in the 22, you need to tell me what could be synonym for the biggest advantage. What do you think could be the synonym for biggest advantage? Synonym for biggest advantage. Benefit? What about for biggest? Huge? Hugest? No, I think the most significant, probably something like that would be an answer. And the answer for this one is patients work harder at their recovery, so people are more prepared to spend hours on rehabilitation. So, etc., etc. It's all about paraphrase. At home, one thing that you can do, instead of looking at these options, you can remove this and then work this way. All right? So when you have whatever Cambridge you happen to be doing, so remove the options. Like you can use Photoshop. I use a program called CleanShot X. So I have, like, when I'm giving students a test, I'm removing the options and I'm making them take notes of. This is like precisely what you're doing in TOEFL. Do you guys know the exam TOEFL? Like equivalent to like IELTS. So that's something you can do. In TOEFL, what they do, they give you a piece of paper and you need to take notes. And then they give you answer, like question sheet, and then you need to choose the answers. That's something you can do while preparing. Because most people think that it's part 4 that's the most difficult. It's not really what it is. It's actually part 3 that's the most difficult. So to do that, you can do this. You can use Photoshop, or you can use anything that helps you to do that. Again, 2 types of questions, like that's matching information and multiple choice. You can always do that. All right? So yeah, that's the main thing I want you to take away from this, whatever this is, lecture. So make sure that you, at home, when you're doing this type of question, you are taking notes. You get better at it over time. Now, some tips. So the most sensible tip would be to read ahead. Right? You are given pauses at the beginning of each section. So what you want to do, you want to read part 3 questions not once but twice, because that's the most difficult section. And obviously listen ahead as well. But what I mean by listen ahead, when you open the question booklet, immediately look through the pages and what's there in each section. That's something you want to immediately do. Pay attention to emphasis, because that's usually the correct answer, especially in part 4. They tell you, they shout, that's the correct answer. And eliminate wrong answers. What you can do, you can always take notes next to the options. And nothing beats active listening, so listen a lot. Do you guys listen to podcasts? Who used what kind of podcast app? What's the name of the podcast app you use? Google Podcasts. No, the application you use. What's the name of the app you use? Because the podcast recommendation I'm gonna recommend is really cool one. Has anyone ever heard of the term called second brain? Second brain. Tiago Forte, does it ring a bell? Tiago Forte. Anyone has heard of this productivity guy? So basically, when you listen to something or read something, you forget them. Definitely forget them, because our mind is fallible. So what you need to do, you need to keep a repository of things that you are learning. And that's where the second brain term comes in. So he says for everything we do, for articles we read, we can use note-taking apps. I use, for example, Readwise. Or for apps, there is a really cool app called Snipeit. What it's done, it's integrated AI. So the accuracy of transcript is remarkable, to the point that I think what we've done in the latest years, in the few past years, speech-to-text recognition technology has gotten immensely better, that it boggles your mind. So I recommend that you guys use this app. You can now Google it and use it. Snipeit, SNIPD, and there are lots of favorite podcasts that you listen to. The ones that I normally listen to, I know Joe is a little bit scary and crazy. He mostly talks about apes and monkeys and whatnot. But this guy is also cool, like Lex Friedman. He mostly invites people from different walks of life. You can listen to him every day. So what's good about Snipeit, the app that I recommended, you can immediately get audio script. Okay, it's really accurate, so you can use it and get the script and then learn all the new words. So I recommend that you listen to these guys, because make sure that you're listening to something you enjoy, that you're interested in. I'm interested in science. I'm interested in philosophers. This guy usually invites philosophers, so that's why I'm listening to him a lot. And I'm also listening to Huberman Lab, because he's into fitness and whatnot. He's like, for example, the latest podcast about how he's using different kinds of tools to do his own research. And then there's Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. And these reflect my interests. You need to find what you are interested in, listen to podcasts on that app. It's a really cool app that you can, I guess another thing that you can take away is like second brain, look into that. It's a wonderful thing because you need to, as a knowledge worker, I guess most of you guys are knowledge workers. As a knowledge worker, you need to have a second brain. All right, second brain it's a system. It's not really a physical brain. It's a system that you need to create. And then some movie recommendations that I personally enjoyed while I was, I don't anymore listen to things, watch things to improve my English. I just watch them because that's a way to kill time for me. And I enjoyed Parks and Recreation. Anyone watched Parks and Recreation? Parks and Recreation, one person. Did you guys enjoy it? Funny? I know humor is not Friends-like humor. I guess most people has watched Friends, right? But this one is really fun. It's about like this typical, American bureaucracy thing. So you can watch and enjoy it. The Office. Has anyone watched the UK version of The Office? UK version. Is it dry, more sarcastic than this one? I think you can watch both the UK version. UK version has only 2 seasons, but this one is wonderful too. They have 9 seasons. And if you're into marketing, Wall Street kind of thing, this is a really interesting one too. Mad Men. The list could be like really long, but make sure that you are actively listening. When I say active listening, take notes of things. That's where the app comes in. The app is named Snipe It, so that's what you're gonna use. Again, some of the takeaways when you have 2 types of questions, multiple choice and matching information, what you're doing, you're removing the options and you are taking notes. And with the gap filling questions, what are you doing? You're using 3 things. Logic, grammar, and your knowledge of collocation. And at home, you are listening a lot of English, and these are some of the recommendations. That's pretty much it, honestly. I think listening is the easiest skill to improve. With a lot of work and with some patience, I think you can get the score you needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have another guest speaker here who flight here to this event from another city. And now, the one who is ready to shine on the stage. Our double niner, the founder of Edu-Action Study Center, Mukhammadali Sodikov.
I was actually scheduled to come on the stage sometime at the end of the show, but I got flight scheduled. I got to get back to work after this show, and my friend Bekhruz here generously offered this turn. So, starting off, I want to give massive props to IDP for putting together this show and bringing all these amazing people together. I'm really honored to be presenting this alongside them. And I also I wouldn't be here if it weren't for my team at Astra for helping me put together this slideshow, and it's because of them I'm here today, so I want to give them some credit as well. So now that I got this out of the way, let's get to the main material. So in today's presentation, in today's show, I'm gonna be basically breaking down the whole, science of learning a foreign language. Not just English, the whole concept of learning a foreign language, and basically how to go from 0 to, to advanced level, to a native level. And how to learn English, any language for that matter. So think of it as an autopsy of learning any language. Autopsy, like when you go to a doctor, they give you a complete breakdown of your, body. So that's what I'm going to be doing in today's seminar. So before we get into the mechanics of learning a foreign language, it's very important that we come up with a solid reason for learning a foreign language. So without a reason, most people get, lost along the way. They lose motivation. So it's very important that you give yourself a very solid, valid reason for taking up any language. So to give you an idea of what it should look like, I want to first, all right, next slideshow, please. I want to first talk about my past. So when I had just got into learning English, my motivation was not exactly, same as my friends. All my friends got into English because they wanted to get IELTS and then SAT, go abroad, basically build their future. But with me, it was just a fun. I wanted to learn English because I wanted to be able to watch English movies, Hollywood movies. I was crazy about movies. So that was basically my motivation. I was a bit of a naive guy. Yeah. But over time, my motivation changed. Now I want to learn English. And yes, for the record, I'm still learning English. I consider myself as much of a learner as you are. So next slideshow, please. So my prime motivation for learning English now is this. So you learn English, you get access to a world of information. I'm sure we all can agree that most information out there is in English. So if you want access to information, which has become the currency of modern world, then you have to master this language. Just in ancient times, people learned Latin to be able to communicate with scientists, scholars from different parts of the world. Today, English is the primary medium of communication. So you get access to information. What happens then is you start making more informed decisions, better decisions. So better decisions will ultimately lead to a better life. So this is, I'd like to think that this is a more mature motivation for picking up English, for learning English. So now that we got motivation out of the way, we can finally dive into the mechanics of learning a foreign language, more specifically English. Next slideshow, please. Now, so yeah, we can actually skip this one. I already sort of covered this one. Now, learning English is not actually, rocket science, learning a foreign language. So we're going to just go back to the basics, very simple stuff, because I feel like in today's language learning culture, this thing, the whole idea of learning English, foreign language, has been hyped up to the point that we have completely lost touch with the simple stuff, with the basics. Yeah. So what I want to do today is I simply want to remind us all of the basics that will help us build a solid foundation and eventually be able to speak this language more confidently, more accurately, and all that. Yeah, we can skip to the next slideshow, please. Oh, it works now? Yeah. So language learning can be broken down into two main components. The first one being the knowledge base. And the second one is fluency. So anyone who's wishing to become a proficient user of a foreign language, not just English, should try mastering both aspects. More often than not, what I see is with a lot of students, they focus on one aspect and ignore the second one, ignore the other. So now I've seen a lot of students who get obsessed with knowledge base, learn grammar, vocabulary, but don't really put it into practice. What happens is they can't speak much, or when you ask them to write essay, they can't really do that, but their grammar and vocabulary level is way better than that of a native, than mine. That happens to me a lot in the class. Sometimes I'm teaching a writing class and students come and correct my grammar. That literally happens. They've done an amazing job of improving their knowledge base, but they haven't done much practice. At the same time, I see a lot of students who put in a lot of work practicing, but they do very little learning. They're not comfortable learning. They hate the whole idea of memorizing concepts and vocabulary. So they are very fluent, very confident, but because their language is not accurate, what happens is they're not understood well. They cause a lot of confusion, misunderstanding when they speak. So now I'm going to give you a closer look at knowledge base. So knowledge base is basically grammar, vocabulary. So if you're someone who's learning English because you want to go abroad to travel, you simply need those two. You don't necessarily need the third column here. But since majority of the people sitting here would like to take the IELTS exam, where you're tested not just on your ability to speak this language, but also be able to talk about different topics, you might want to study up on some different topics as well, like technology, traveling, public holidays, transportation, and the list goes on. And I'm sure you guys agree with that, because if you go on the speaking app and check out the part 3, you got top topics, crazy topics like social problems. You got one on future. So you got all different kinds of topics you're asked questions about. So you might want to look up some ideas as well. Now, and I wrote there a subtitle, "Don't Reinvent the Wheel." So the thing about these 3 components is there are really no shortcuts to building a knowledge base other than just, learning them, basically memorizing them. With a lot of language learners, what they do is they try to come up with their own version of English, which is a fundamental mistake when it comes to learning a foreign language, English. So language is like a code. So anyone here interested in coding, like C++, Python? So they're basically a bunch of codes you have to memorize before you can actually start creating your own code. And it works the same way with a foreign language. You have to initially memorize a certain amount of information before you can actually start executing your own lines. Now, so I did say that it's going to take a lot of memorizing, and you might be now wondering to yourself, well, how long is it going to take? How much information am I going to have to memorize? So am I going to have to pick up a textbook on collocations or grammar and start memorizing them all? How am I going to do that? Well, if you're someone confused as how to go from here, what to do with the knowledge base, how to build solid knowledge base, well, I got your back. There is this nice technique that's as old as learning, that's been used for a very, very long time, and that is rote learning. Now, before you say anything, I know there are some language instructors or probably experienced students sitting here and thinking, this is so primitive, this is so basic and barbaric. Are you going to get me to memorize a lot of stuff? Well, I don't see any way around it. Like, as someone who's been teaching English for 5-6 years, I know it's not much time. I've come to realize that any technique other than memorization when it comes to building knowledge base is simply not going to work. So you'll end up having to memorize this. Now, and another reason why you should be more willing to memorize information is because there's a scientific explanation to it. So basically, there's this amazing scientist who broke down the whole process of learning, not just learning English, any skill. And this is what this looks like. So at the very bottom of it is recalling facts and basic concepts. So with a lot of students, what happens is when they get started on learning English is they go straight to level 5, level 6. They try coming up with their own lines, they try coming up with their own version of English, but that is a terrible mistake. So, which is what I tried for the first 2 years of my life until I realized that my English was nothing English. So if you eventually want to learn to speak English like a native, sound accurate, use their slangs, expressions, then you have to be willing to set aside at least a year of your time memorizing information, facts about English, basic grammar rules, collocations and phrases, expressions and all that. So don't try going straight from level 0 to level 5, unless you want to, go back and do it all over again. So now, but there's a mindful way you can do it. I'm not asking you to pick up a textbook and start memorizing all those words and lines. So make sure you're very mindful in your approach. What that means is you might want to take a critical approach to learning, and that involves every time you use a dictionary, make sure you look at the contextual meaning of the word. What it is it's when you check out all the meanings of the word and pick the one that suits the context and ignore the other ones. And at the same time, you want to look at some sentence examples and synonyms so you get a better understanding of the word, so you get a better feel of it, how to use it. And there are all these other things you can look at, like antonyms and spellings. But if I were to mention 3 most important things to look at, I'd say they are contextual meaning, sentence examples, and synonyms. This is what I'm doing every time I come across a new word or a phrase. I need those 3 so I can build sort of a web around that word, reference points. So every time I think of a word, it brings me back to that synonym or that sentence example. And as for where to learn those collocations, phrases, you can either pick up a textbook, like I said, and start learning it from collocations book or grammar textbook, but that would not necessarily guarantee that you'll be able to mix them properly. So think of it this way. Is it better now? Okay, sure. So think of it this way. You want to learn English, and to learn English, you need all these ingredients: vocabulary, grammar, and ideas. And you're like a chef. So having those ingredients doesn't necessarily mean that you can mix them well. Doesn't necessarily mean that you can pick the right, collocation at the right time. With the right, reaction, with the right grammar structure. You simply don't have that language intuition yet, right? So with me, it comes quite natural based on my years of, learning and practicing, making mistakes and watching content. It's something that takes quite a bit to develop, quite a bit of time. So what I recommend you do, which is actually exactly what we do at our school in Bukhara, is we get students to memorize sample answers. This way, you're killing not 1, not 2, but 3 birds with 1 stone. You're learning a decent amount of vocabulary, you're learning grammar structures, and a lot of great ideas. It is a shortcut to developing a knowledge base. Well, that's a good question. I did not list the speaking app here since it can be used by pretty much everyone here. So unless you want to sound like a copycat, I recommend you. Here's what I suggest you do. I'm actually going to be expanding more on this on the next slideshows. So you can go and look up answers on Google or watch YouTube videos. I'm sure there are a lot of examiners sharing great sample answers. But if you want to come up with your own sample answers, now there's this amazing technology, amazing tool, ChatGPT. Now, before ChatGPT would usually get students to look up sample answers on the internet and memorize them as a way to build their knowledge base. Right now that there is ChatGPT, you can customize your own answer. And here's how you do that. So for part 1, and actually I got 3 different prompts for each part. Yeah, because you're tested on different things on each part. So part 1, questions are about you. So if you ask ChatGPT, do you like tea or coffee? It's probably going to say, as an AI model, I don't have an answer to that. So what I recommend you do instead is, so write your own answer, right? And then have ChatGPT proofread it and rewrite it. So on the first column, you see a response by an average IELTS candidate. Now it says, me go to shopping on weekend, then me and my friends come over for movies and we eating pizza. So you got a whole bunch of grammar mistakes and prepositions are missing. There's no logical order and organization. And so it is a big mess. And for the record, that is not by me, it's by an actual student. I asked them a question and that was their response on the spot. And then what I did was I went on ChatGPT and had it proofread and rewrite it in simple English, and that's what I got in response. So I go to the store for shopping on the weekends, then my friends come over for movies and we eat pizza. So this is authentic, error-free, and properly worded, structured sentence. So now, Before ChatGPT, would have to do it manually in the classroom. Students would come and answer a question and then would have to correct their grammar and then vocabulary and then get them repeat those lines all over again. And now that there is ChatGPT, you can get it done instantly with a snap of your fingers. That's magic. I didn't have that privilege back when I was learning English, but you do. It's a powerful tool. Well, great news is you can do it with the other parts as well. So for part 2, you got this ChatGPT prompt. So in part 2, you're asked to talk for 1 to 2 minutes, basically tell a story. So you can instruct ChatGPT to write a 280-word text about a foreigner who speaks English well. And make sure at the end of every prompt you insert on ChatGPT, you mention in simple English, unless you want to get Ben 10 answer. Because ChatGPT has a way of, trying to impress you with all the advanced vocabulary, and I'm sure you don't want that. I don't understand in English. As someone who's been learning English for almost 10 years now, it's way over my head. And I can only imagine how much an average IELTS candidate struggles to understand responses on ChatGPT. So make sure every time you get advanced response, complex response, you have ChatGPT rewrite it in simple English, and it'll do just that. Now, for part 3, ChatGPT prompt, I got it. Okay, so this is the part 2 response, right there. It's about Sarah. And for part 3, unlike what most students think, it's not really about, how many ideas you got. So in the third part of the interview, examiner is not exactly interested in how smart you are and how many brilliant ideas you got. He's more interested in your ability to make a point and be able to explain it. With an example, right? So you're not assessed on the number of your ideas, but rather in your ability to communicate them, be able to explain them. So what I recommend you do is use this structure. So answer this question, why are some people afraid of trying new things, in simple English. In the first sentence, I want you to give me an answer. In the second sentence, explain it. In the third sentence, give me an example. And then I want a summary. And there is the response, right? If you're not happy with the response, you can go ahead and have it rewrite it, or give you another response. That's what's awesome about ChatGPT. It's so flexible. And when you're done generating answers, you have to go and learn it word for word. If you want to be on the safe side, if you want to be assured that your grammar and vocabulary and everything is on point, you're not making any mistakes, right? I can go and memorize it. I'm probably not going to sound quite natural. I'm probably going to sound robotic and mechanical, but that's fine. You have to come to terms with the fact that for at least 1 or 2 years, you sound robotic. You sound nothing like a native. But what happens within that amount of time is you get to develop solid knowledge base, which will, set you up for life, right? You can speak and write more grammatically accurately and use the right words and phrases at the right time. So you have to be generous with your time, really, when it comes to learning a foreign language. Now that I'm done with the knowledge base, there is the second important component, which is fluency. So how do I learn to speak fluently? So let's first define what fluency is. So fluency is basically your ability to speak with speed and ease. So it's the speed and ease at which you can speak the language. If you're someone who's stumbling every 2-3 words, and if you're someone who gets anxious when they're talking, then that means you're not, fluent. So now the question is, how do you build fluency? How do you get to a level where you can speak this language, English, as fluently as your native language? Well, my number one suggestion here is repetition. Here comes another very primitive technique. Repetition, it's when you pick one line and repeat it over and over and over again until you don't have to think about it when you're speaking. So repetition is something you should do to build muscle memory. So the reason why I'm on the stage right now giving you this lecture, not breaking a sweat, right, very confidently, is because this is probably my 100th time giving this lecture. So not my first time. So I've done hundreds of repetitions with this lecture. Now, well, there's some students of mine sitting here and they can confirm that. Now, so like I said, pick one line and repeat it over and over again until you're confident. Me and my friends like to hang out on the weekends. Me and my friends like to hang out on the weekends. Me and my friends like to hang out on the weekends. Me and my friends like to hang out on the weekends. It sounds insane, but that's how you build fluency. That's how you learn to speak fast. Right? If you were to get into any other industry, domain, whether it's cooking or, banking, driving, you would be required to do a certain number of repetitions before you get to a fluent level. Doing the same activity over and over and over again, where you can do it and not even think about it. Just the same way when you wake up in the morning, go to the bathroom and brushing your teeth, how often do you think about it? Almost never, because you've done so many repetitions, right? Right. Now, doing lots of repetition does not guarantee that you can come on the stage, like me, all my colleagues here, and speak confidently, not get anxious. There's something called social anxiety. It's when our bodies stress us out when we are in public, when we're talking to people or strangers, or when you're in the exam room. So you get that awkward sensation where your palms get shaky and your mouth gets dry. You feel like vomiting. You feel like puking. So how do you overcome that feeling? Well, you simply need experience. So what experience means is you have to be spending as much time as you can with your friends, with your teacher, talking, right? I get this a lot from my students. They basically tell me that they're in their bedroom and practicing with their reflection in the mirror. They say, I just sit in front of the mirror and then talk, or I'm just doing it over and over again, like you said, repetition. But when I'm in the classroom, I can't talk. My mind goes blank. All the lines are gone, right? So what I tell them is, when they tell me this, speaking Band 9, everyone can speak Band 9 English at home, but very few people can speak Band 9 English when they're in public. So if you want to get to that level of fluency where you're confident, where you don't get anxious when you speak, then get plenty of practice, experience. For that, you need a partner, language partner. It can be your teacher or your friend, like I said. So if you want to take it a step further, you might want to start video recording the whole experience. Just pull out your phone and video record every single, not audio record, but video record every single sample answer you're learning, so that you can go back, watch it. All right, if you don't like it, do it again. And take it even one more step further and create your own Telegram blog and start posting there your videos. So you have like a journal, you have like a diary where you keep track of everything. Now, so it's like, and what's great about this technique is, video recording and posting your stuff on your own personal channel. You can make it public one day, if you want to make a career out of teaching English. So what's great about having your own channel is one day you can go back and reflect on it. It's like one of those body transformation videos you see on social media where people go to the gym, day 1, they got a big belly, day 90, it's gone, it's six-pack abs, right? So you can see that transformation of your speech over time. You go to day 1, you can barely speak. On day 90 or day 120, you're fast, you're fluent, right? Now, well, I'm not quite done yet, though. Thanks, appreciate it. Means a lot to me. All right, thanks for the encouragement. All right. Now, can I ask how many of you guys sitting here want to get 8 in speaking, or eventually 9? How many of you guys want to get 8 in speaking, 8 plus or 9 in speaking? A lot of you sitting here, sure. Very ambitious. I love that. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm. Well, then, repetition and interactions and videotaping won't do it, won't cut it, won't be enough if you want to get to a native level. You have to understand that a foreign language, it's a completely different identity. you can't have the same Uzbek or Russian mind and expect to be able to think like and act like a native one day, right? You have to make this lifestyle switch. Learning English is not enough. You have to live it. Well, I'm not telling you to move out of your house and, abandon all your friends like I did. That's too extreme, I know that. So what least you can do is go on your phone setting and switch it to English. All right, change language settings to English. Now, this is number one change in your environment, and it goes a long way. And what you want to do is get in the habit of always speaking English. You have to set it as a strict personal code. Like everywhere I go, everyone I talk to, I'm going to try to speak English as much as I can because that's who I am. That's part of my identity. So that's the power of mind, which is what I did for the better part of my, language learning journey, and look how it turned out. Right? I can, speak, think in this language, write essays, and it feels so natural to me. So a lot of people talk about building naturality. How do you build naturality? Well, you do it when you fully embrace the language. So, but if you're someone who's good with 7.5, then don't bother, okay? So now that you covered the knowledge base and the fluency aspect, there's this third aspect. Now that our food is ready, it's time for garnish. It's time for decoration. So if you're someone who wants to one day go abroad traveling and start speaking English and get compliments from people, are you American? Are you Canadian? Are you British? Are you Australian? Your pronunciation is awesome. Like, how did you learn to speak like that, right? So, or sometimes, when I'm traveling, when I'm commuting back home, I get asked by taxi drivers if I'm a foreigner because they can hear that accent when I'm speaking Tajik. Like, you're not from around here. Like, where are you from? Then I jokingly say I'm from Persia, and they buy it. No, just kidding. Anyway, so if you want to get to that level, then and if you want to sound indistinguishable from a native, then you want to really improve your pronunciation. Now, this diagram here gives you a complete breakdown of what makes up pronunciation. At the very core of pronunciation is word pronunciation, is your ability to be able to make the right sounds, correct sounds. Like a really good example Ms. Mamura gave earlier today is the word law. When you say the word law, make sure you produce the long sound, law, law. If you change it to it sounds like love, like she said, love. That's the sound. So you want to get to know the phonetic chart, like the different sounds, if you're serious about developing that native speaker accent, native speaker pronunciation. And once you build that, next level is chunking, is connected speech. Basically, your ability to say several words together at the same time, not separately, right? Now, I'm not actually speaking here fast, or am I? Am I speaking fast? Yes. Okay, speed is, do you want me to slow down a little? Okay. It's just I have a flight to catch. I gotta be back home. So, anyway. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying several words at the same time, and that's called chunking. And then there's sentence stress. It's when you say louder one of the words in your sentence, so for emphasis, right, or to convey certain meaning, reaction. And then you got intonation. There's falling and rising intonation. If you're interested in the mechanics of these different features, you can look up tutorials on the internet. And there is tonality. Is basically tonality is your ability to match your reaction with the word you're saying, or with the meaning of your sentence, with the meaning of your ideas. So that's tonality. Now you might be thinking, well, how am I going to improve all these different areas? Am I going to have to look up tutorials on each one of them and then work one by one? Or is there a shortcut? Well, yes, there is. And that is mimicking. Some people call it shadowing exercise. Some people call it, it goes by different names, but idea is the same. Basically, you have to look up on online video with a native in it and repeat their lines exactly the same way they do. It's called shadowing. Mimicking goes by different names, but again, idea is the same. So can we play like just the first 5 seconds? And give it some volume, please. It's a random video from YouTube. I'm going to show you what it looks like, this mimicking technique. And this is not a promo video. I'm not involved in this with this guy. Okay, it's just a random video I picked. Came up on my recommendation page. Okay, no problem then. So, yeah. So then I'm going to give you just a rough idea of what it looks like. So you play the first 5 seconds of the video, okay? Take it slow. Don't watch 2-3 minutes. It's too much. First 5 seconds of the video, and then make sure you note down everything, or you can just turn on the subtitles, and then repeat the lines exactly the same way he does with the same reaction. Even if it doesn't make sense to you. It's okay if it doesn't make sense. Okay, it's all about training your muscles. Right? If you think about it, right? At least that's the way I see it when it comes to learning a foreign language. Your brain doesn't always have to be involved in this process. You will eventually figure it out. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to get a handle on speaking the language with the right vocabulary, with the right pronunciation, and at the right speed, right? So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. But before we wrap it up, now I gave you today complete breakdown of learning a foreign language. So 2 important components: knowledge base. You want to build knowledge base, rote learning, memorization, look up sample answers and memorize them. No problem with that, okay? So, and to develop fluency, just do lots of repetition and social interaction, practice your answers with your friends. Now, before you can get to the top level where you can come up with your own lines, with your own sentences. And for garnish, to sound just like a native, then work on your pronunciation. So, and more importantly, yeah, we can skip to the next slideshow. Can we go to the next page, please? App. So most importantly, relax and enjoy the process. If you're someone who's in a massive hurry to get IELTS and nail your exam, you're most probably going to fail. You just have to understand that it takes at least solid 2-3 years to get to a native level. So you have to be generous with your time. Right? Ignore all the noise out there, all right? Focus on signal over noise. Ignore all the hype out there. Just because someone could do it in 3 months or 4 months doesn't mean you can do the same. Don't follow someone's path. Make your own trail. Now, at the end, I want to, leave us some, links if you want to hear more from me and follow our channel. These are a few links, and I recently got into YouTube. I'm going to be putting out some video content as well in the coming months. I can't say weeks because we don't have the gear yet. So, and this slideshow is brought to you by Ad Astra. Yeah. Thanks. Good sir. And once again, thanks a lot for IDP for making this happen. You guys are awesome. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we have 2 guest speakers left. And let me introduce the person who is a true expert in reading, who was merely 0.5 band score away from getting a band 9. Bekhruz Muxtorov.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still alive and you're awake, yeah? So let me first check whether it works. Yeah, cool. Well, today I'm going to talk about IELTS reading, and I know that all of you have at least taken some tips, strategies, secrets, the magic of IELTS reading, and you have asked several questions from your peers that have taken this test successfully, or from instructors, and you have collected this bank of IELTS reading strategies and tips, right? So you know all the strategies, you know everything about the question types, you know all the secrets, right? You know what takes you to this like 8, 8.5 or 9 in reading, and most probably like so many of you don't follow them all because this is physically impossible. to take on this so much burden, right? And today, I'm going to talk about not reading strategies, not tips, not secrets, but today I'm going to discuss the myths. So today we're going to say 6 most popular myths about IELTS reading that so many students have and they follow. Well, the first one is, so many people say there is no need to read the whole passage. And they think like scanning and skimming is the answer. Well, you can just read some specific parts of the question. You can find the answer by searching for the keywords, and that will be enough, that will suffice. But IELTS test creators are not as stupid as we think. And they are way smarter than us, right? So they know how to hide the questions. They already know what we think of this passage and the exercises. Well, scanning and skimming is a big lie. Yeah, it may work. Scanning and skimming is a very good strategy, good method to follow, but not for everyone, not for all candidates. Well, as someone who has, let's say, C1 or C2 level of like general English, and for someone who has good reading skills in L1, in language 1, in your native language, you may follow these strategies like scanning, skimming, not reading the whole passage and like locating the answers quickly. Yeah, it works. But for someone who has just stepped in IELTS and who has just started to practice whole passages, well, that's not a good strategy. We need to read the whole passage, first of all, to get the idea of what are we reading about, and there are so many referencing, paraphrasing things in IELTS reading. We need to understand how these different paragraphs of a single passage are linked, and how they are paraphrasing the things, how they are referencing to the events that already they're all discussed in the like first or second paragraphs. Well, that's why we need to read the whole passage. Yeah, it may seem that it takes so much time, but as a person who has gotten a 9 in real exam and who has finished all 40 questions and 3 passages in less than 30 minutes. Like it takes usually 25 to like 28 minutes to read all the passages and to do all 40 questions. I can ensure that that's pretty enough. 60 minutes is pretty enough, all right? Well, that's why like my suggestion is don't risk your score by playing a word game. Myth number 2. Well, some students think that the best way to start IELTS reading is being prepared for the question types. Yeah, like knowing the question types and knowing the IELTS format is so important, but that's not the first step. That should not be the first step. Well, first of all, we need to build some very important skills. There are basics, as Mukhammadali said, that we have already forgotten. Well, the basics are, first of all, we need to build such a solid foundation of native language reading also. And then we need to work on skills like vocabulary, translation, comprehension, and then IELTS strategy, like the test format and how this test works, the exercises, the questions like the difference between true, false, not given, and yes or not given, how to do list of headings. This should be the last work that we do. And most students start with the question types. They read the passage, they don't understand it well, they cannot translate the passage, but they know how the exam works, right? They know the difference between true, false, and yes or not given. Well, most probably that doesn't work, and they end up getting low score from reading, no matter how long they spend on IELTS and no matter how many times they take the test. And myth number 3 is so many people train to catch up with this time limit. Well, as I said, we have this 60 minutes. That is more than enough to finish all these 3 passages in 40 questions. But people think that that's more of training to catch up with it. Well, actually, setting the timer before you do full practice and doing full practice again and again to cut the time usually doesn't work. Well, what works is, again, working on your translation, working on your vocabulary, working on comprehension, and working on understanding the logic of the whole passage, understanding like what global issues they're discussing. And what I would say is training to catch up with this time, to meet this deadline of 60 minutes usually doesn't work. And instead, we need to focus on like other skills, or the more important skills. And myth number 4 is, like some candidates say, you need to know the translation of all words to score 9. Otherwise, you cannot go like up to 7 and so forth. Well, actually, those people who scored 8, 8.5, and 9 in reading, most probably, they also don't know the translation of all words. Because IELTS reading is not only about vocabulary test, or as I said, that's on the word game, right? Or IELTS reading never asks you to write the definition for words, or they never ask us to match the definitions or translations. Well, what we need to do here is, and what we mainly need to focus on is general understanding of the paragraphs, general understanding of the passage. Even if you don't understand some sentences, you can still get the gist. And that's enough to find the answer for most of the questions. Yet there may be some questions where some individual words are asked. Let's say you have one word only gap filling exercise, and you couldn't translate that part, that sentence, but still, contextual translation, this very cool skill. And understanding the overall gist of the paragraph still can help you to find the answer. Well, don't please like take on this unrealistic burden of learning, memorizing all the words and reading passages. Well, this is just physically impossible, because as you know, passages will be talking about different spheres, different fields, right? So we cannot just learn all of these technical terms, or we cannot like deep dive into medicine, psychology, archaeological studies, and so forth. And myth number 5 says, scanning and skimming has a time-saving effect. Yeah. Well, actually, scanning and skimming, as I told you already, is a very good strategy. But starting and stepping into IELTS, doing IELTS reading for the first time, and trying to do scanning and skimming is just illogical. Because there are some IELTS candidates that I have seen, they don't even know how to read effectively in their native language. Even if they do scanning and skimming in Uzbek or in Russian, they cannot understand the passage well. And they try to brush it up on IELTS. Well, actually, what we need to do with this strategy is don't please try it. Don't please risk your score unless you have this C1 or C2 general English level. And unless you have read a lot in your native language. And the last myth, a webinar or 5-minute video reveals the secret of reading hack. Well, actually, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but we don't have any hacks in reading, right? Like, we don't have a shortcut to get to this like 8 or perfect 9 in reading, or we don't have a shortcut to cut the time of doing reading. And I know there are so many webinars now, like on Telegram, that promise you to teach how to increase your score from 6 to 9 in like an hour. Or there are so many videos on YouTube that say true, false, not given, secret revealed in like 5 minutes. Or learn how to do list of headings without reading the passage, without reading the paragraph. Or let me teach you how to read the first and last sentences and get the answer for list of headings. Or how to just do scanning and get 9 in like 15 minutes, please. Well, if it were that easy, everybody would follow this path, right? And you wouldn't be sitting all here listening to our speech. So you would just watch that video, you would take the test, or you would like take mock exam and got 9, right? Again and again. Well, the reason why we are here teaching you the strategies and all this knowledge that you need is there is no shortcut. That's just a matter of time. That's just a matter of practice and like following the right path. And you already know that YouTube or Google is full of unreliable information, right? So anyone can be a blogger, anyone can post some secrets, magic tricks of IELTS reading. But please, just bear in mind that that's a matter of hard work. That's a matter of memorizing vocabulary. That's the matter of practice that takes you to this high score. Well, I hope that I could compensate this time that Mukhammadali overspent here. And that was it for now, what I was going to discuss with you today. Thank you everyone for attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Right now, this is the last lecture. And last but not least, let me have the official first niner, one of the most experienced teachers of Uzbekistan, dinosaurs in the teaching sphere, Bekzod Mirahmedov on the stage.
Assalomu alaykum barchaga. Men 2005-2006 yillari birinchi bo'lib Amerikaga borgan paytimda ingliz tilida ko'p suhbat bo'laversa yoki ko'p ingliz tilida gaplashganimda shu boshim og'rib ketardi. Hozir ko'rib turibman, ko'pchilik ancha sal charchagan, qandaydir bir chiqib ketishlar bo'lyapti. Shunga kelishib olaylik. Hozir qaysi tilda qanaqa qilishdi? O'zi asli men ingliz tilida tayyorlab kelgandim, lekin xohlasalar bu endi mendagi writing qismi bo'lgani uchun sal qiziqarliroq qilishga harakat qilamiz. But if you have something to do, you may leave now so that we have, I don't want people walking around. That would be better. Like, it would be more polite if you could just leave now if you have something to do, or if you're bored, if you're busy, if you have some things planned. If not, then let's move on. Let's just move on, and I'll try to keep it both in Uzbek and in English just to, not to bore you. First of all, let's talk about complex sentence. Okay, complex sentence contains dependent clause plus an independent clause. So here's an example sentence. Although students look tired, they still want to learn, I hope, right? So what is one magical thing about complex sentence? What you can do is you can actually switch the order of the clauses, right? So you can start the sentence with an independent clause. Students still want to learn, and then, although they look tired, the dependent clause. Sho'rix hozir hammani turgizib o'rnidan alik qildi, lekin meni o'zimni ham ozginagina shunaqa bir exercise'cham bor edi. Davay hamma hozir birinchisidan boshlab will pretend to be a complex sentence. So one of you is a dependent clause and the other is an independent clause. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch seats. Okay? We're going to switch seats, get up and switch seats if possible. Can we do that? Let's see. All right. So let's see if the meaning changes. Okay? Let's see if the meaning changes when you switch places. All right, so this is concerned with the cohesion of your essay, right? Cohesive devices. I want to talk about the evil twin of cohesion, which is coherence. So, oops, this shouldn't be, yeah. But let's start with fun facts. Fun facts. So I'm going to ask a question, so if you know the answer, raise your hand or just shout out the answer. Which company holds the record for being the largest tire manufacturer in the world? Its primary product is not related to vehicles. Someone shout it out. Lego is the correct company. It's a toy company that has produced over 400 billion elements made of plastic since 1947. So it's been the toy of the century twice, they say. Nima aloqasi bor aytingga? What's the connection of Lego to writing? So, connections, okay? So, what do these blocks, Lego blocks, stand for or represent in your essay? maybe sentences, but yeah, let's find out, right? Now, in my 10 years of teaching, I've seen some of these common problems in writing. Buni men o'zbekcha ham misol tushuntirishga harakat qilaman. Chunki bu yerda bizda bolalar esseylarni topshirganda, yozganda eng ko'p uchraydigan demak xatolar bo'yicha gaplashamiz birinchi bo'lib. The first monster is idea generation, right? So that's your biggest problem, probably fear in writing. You can't really generate enough ideas or relevant ideas. So the common issue is lack of relevant or strong ideas, which will in turn lead to lack of focus in your essay. Lack of focus. Demak, focus yo'qolib qolar ekan. Agar ideya, demak, yetarlicha relevant ideya bo'lmasa, fikrlar bo'lmasa. The next is, all right, so say you have ideas, enough ideas, you've brainstormed them, and now you need to develop those ideas. Another common issue is students cannot fully develop those ideas. And in turn, it leads to a weak argument. Okay? Demak, o'sha argumentingiz kuchli bo'lmaydi. Siz xuddi tasavvur qilishingiz kerak, writingda sizda inshoingiz o'qiyotgan examiner o'qib turib, xuddi haligi sudyalar bir qidiradi-ku, qandaydir bir weakness qidiradi argumentdan. Xuddi shunaqa bir vazifani bajaradi deb o'ylashingiz kerak. Hech qanaqa savol qoldirmaslik kerak. Next is use of examples. Nechtamiz haligacha make up qilamiz statistika. Taskikka essayda. Misol uchun, according to the latest research released by New York Times, 70% of children are obese. Shunaqa qilib qo'shib yuborishga harakat qilamiz, o'zi bo'lmasa ham. To'g'ri deb o'ylaysizlarmi? Demak, to'g'ri emas. Odatda bu bunaqa qilib made up statistics usually leads to less than 7 in task response. So, lack of clear, relevant, or specific example. When I say specific, it has to be specific to your experience and knowledge. Leads to lack of evidence, or again, weaker arguments. The next is order of arguments. Ya'ni argumentlaringiz bor, endi qaysi orderda qo'yishingiz kerak shu argumentlarni. Juda ko'pchilik yozganimizda plan qilolmaganimiz uchun nima bo'ladi? Argumentlarimiz demak oyog'i ostin-ustin bo'lib, boshi u yoqda, oyog'i u yoqda bo'lib qoladi. Shuni hisobiga because of lack of logical sequencing, we have a confusing argument. Examiners reading your arguments can't really say what you're talking about. And the last is the paragraph unity. Paragraph unity is one of the least commonly mentioned issues among IELTS instructors. Not many instructors usually talk about them. The common issue in paragraph unity is irrelevant or off-topic sentence. So you have irrelevant sentence or off-topic sentence, which leads to ineffective paragraph. Kriteriyada ham qarasalaring, paragrafda o'sha skillfully managed paragraphing degan joyi bor. Shu joyda demak biz off-topic yoki irrelevant paragraf qo'shib qo'ysak, demak biz o'sha ishimizni, paragrafimizda effective qilolmayapmiz. This is where we use the Lego method, or I'm going to use the Lego method to explain how we can build or structure our paragraphs in writing task 2. So it's fun, right? Hamma Lego, manimcha o'ynagan, hech bo'lmasa farzandlari bilan yoki kichkina ukalari bilan. First comes the topic sentence. So I highlighted it in red because, it has to be obvious to the reader. And this is the only block that has to stay in its place. In the reading o'qiganimizda ko'rganmiz, topic sentencelar har xil joyda bo'lishi mumkin paragrafda, to'g'rimi? Misol uchun boshda bo'ladi, ba'zida o'rtada, ba'zida oxirida ham keladi, ayniqsa matching headings qilayotganingizda. Endi reading uchun bu test bo'layotgani uchun sizni main ideyani qanchalik tushunganingiz, it's okay. But when you're writing your own essay, you're recommended to put your topic sentence right at the beginning of your paragraph so that it sets the stage for what's coming next. Usually, it's followed by an explanation. Men buni ko'proq misol uchun dehqonchasiga tushuntirib berish deyman o'zbekchada yoki qirg'izchasiga tushuntirib berish. Bizda shunaqa idioma bor endi. But sometimes you might even have a balance. So it's optional. Balance degani qandaydir bir kontrast. Bergan fikringizga qarshiroq bir kontrast yoki balans berish. Misol uchun, to'g'ri, shunaqa deb o'ylay turganlar bor. Turib, lekin balansda har doim ikkinchi qismi bo'lish kerak. Ya'ni negate qilishingiz kerak u narsani. Usually it's done using an explanation. All right? Explanationdan keyin odatda o'zi mana bilsak, yana kriteriyaga murojaat qilamiz. You have to present, extend means explain, and support. Support means by giving an example, right? So the next is an example block. Yana bitta muhim narsani esdan chiqarmaylik. Topic sentencedan boshqa har qanday blok o'rnini almashishi mumkin. Xohlagan joyga o'tishi mumkin. Buni men animatsiyada qilmoqchi edim, lekin eplolmadim. PowerPoint skilllarimcha yetmadi. Now you want to give a reason or purpose. Again, it can come right after the explanation, or it can follow the example. The result, to talk about the outcome, consequence, result of something. And finally, again, this is an option. You could end your paragraph with a conclusion or a link to the next paragraph. Yana shu yerda muhim narsani aytib o'taman. Birinchi muhim narsa haliginda aytganimdek bloklar o'rin almashishi mumkin topic sentencedan tashqari. Ikkinchi muhim narsa hamma blokda ham ishlatish shart emas. O'zingizga kerakli. Misol uchun 4 ta blok ishlatish mumkin, kimdir 3 ta, kimdir 5 ta. It's up to you. And depending on what kind of message you want to convey. Now, let's look at this simple paragraph, and I hope everyone can read this. So we'll try to guess the topic sentence based on this paragraph, all right? So take 2 minutes, maybe, or 1 minute to read the whole paragraph, and then we'll try to guess the topic sentence. Hozir bu paragraf qo'rqinchli ko'rinishi mumkin, uzun, shu narsani hozir breakdown qilib, analiz qilishga harakat qilamiz. So to Americans, the happiness of the individual is all important. Thus, divorced American women can remarry easily as there is no stigma attached to divorce. To the Japanese, however, the needs of the community and society take precedence. This is because divorce is a sign of character weakness and immaturity. A divorced woman in Japan faces all kinds of social prejudice. Therefore, while Americans may move on from a divorce with relative freedom, Japanese individuals must navigate a more challenging social landscape. This is taken from the internet, this paragraph, right? So everything is clear to everyone, right? The whole paragraph. Do you think this is a good paragraph? Do you think there's like everything is in order, in sequence, the order of arguments? Clear? Topic sentence guess qilishga harakat qilaylik bo'lmasam, nima deb yozsak shu paragrafni ochib beradigan topic sentence bo'ladi. I don't have this in the slides, so pay attention. Topic sentenceimiz o'ta general ham bo'lib ketmaslik kerak, o'ta specific ham bo'lib ketmaslik kerak, and then iloji boricha simple sentence ishlatish kerak. Iloji boricha juda ham oddiy, juda murakkablashtirib yormaslik kerak topic sentence'ni. Chunki topic sentence'da asosan topic sentence odatda bir butun boshli paragrafda tushuntirayotgani uchun oddiylikdan foydalanish kerak. Keyinchalik bir oddiyroq fikrlarda bo'lsa, complex sentencelardan foydalanib yozsak bo'ladi. Variety uchun. Right? So anyone wants to guess? Yeah?
Not all cultures can perceive divorce in the same way.
That's great. Not all cultures perceive divorce in the same way. I would change one part to that, maybe, because the whole paragraph is about what?
Easterns and Westerns.
Maybe Easterns and Westerns. And to be more specific, it's about Americans versus Japanese, right? So be clear in your topic sentence. Instead of saying all cultures or different cultures, you can just say, well, we're going to see the topic sentence in the next slide. So, topic sentence. So before we see the actual topic sentence, let's see. Like, topic sentence can be divided into 2 different types. And we're going to be using the first one. which is a full idea topic sentence. Full idea topic sentence simply means topic plus the controlling idea. So in our paragraph, the topic was divorce. And the controlling idea was how it's perceived differently by Americans and by the Japanese. Right? So it makes sense? Topic, divorce. Usually the subject, gappi egasi. In the controlling idea is usually the predicate. Predicate, ingliz tilidan tarjima qilganimizda gap kesimi. Birinchisini odatda birinchi paragraflarda ishlatamiz. Ikkinchisi summarizing topic sentence. Unda odatda topicda o'zi bo'ladi. Summarizing word ishlatamiz. Misol uchun deylik, finance is another area. Mana shu yetadi. Misol uchun area of concern. Right? So usually undan oldingi paragrafda nimadir discuss qilgansiz, keyin o'sha bitta summarizing word bilan topic sentence qisqa yozib ketsa bo'ladi. But we'll be working with the first one for today's masterclass session. So we're working with full idea topic sentence, and we're using the same paragraph about a divorce, how it's perceived by Americans and the Japanese. So the topic was divorce, and the controlling idea was how Americans and Japanese see it. So how they see divorce, right? What is the most clear way of expressing this topic sentence is divorce is viewed differently by Americans and Japanese. That's it. It's very clear, to the point. Shu bilan topic sentence-da, ya'ni shu task response-da 7 plus the check qilasizlar, check olasizlar. It's a clear topic sentence, right? In the keyingi ishimiz o'sha paragrafni shunga mos qilib demak yozib chiqish. Endi bu yerda you have to ask the right questions. Just like in anything in life, you have to ask the right questions when you're structuring a paragraph. It's like a conversation in your head. When you're writing, you're having a conversation with yourself, and you have to ask those triggering questions. Okay? Triggering questions. Let's see. Misol uchun bizda endi o'sha ranglarni ishlataman bloklarda. Divorce is viewed differently by Americans and Japanese. What's the logical question? How? Why is okay? Why is like the reason? But how? Right? How? How triggers explanation. So you say, okay, how? Give me an explanation. Explain how Americans and Japanese view divorce. So you say, okay, to Americans, the happiness of the individual is all important. Demak, yana o'sha qirg'izchasiga tushuntiryapti. Amerikaliklar uchun bu baxt bu har bitta shaxsiy odamni demak har bitta shaxsni baxti eng muhim narsa o'zi uchun. Ya'ni culture was individual culture hisoblanadi Amerika. West, East bo'lsa, biz bo'lsa ko'proq social culture hisoblanamiz baribir. Community bizgalikroq, ha? Shu joyda tushuntiryapti demak gapda. So the next, okay, so I should have asked. The next logical question is, all right, give me an example. Or it's not so much of a clear example, the next sentence, but it's more of an example of this idea's consequence or result or implication. Buni natijasida qanaqa nima yozishimiz kerak? Thus, a divorced American woman can remarry easily. Bu gap esinglarda bo'lsa ikkinchi qismi ham bor edi, lekin Lego bloklarimiz bitta gapda ikkita Lego blok ham bo'lishi mumkin. Ba'zida butun boshli gap bitta Lego bo'lishi mumkin, ba'zida bitta gap ikkita blokdan iborat bo'lishi mumkin. So, now what's the next question? The worst American woman can remarry easily because there is no stigma attached to divorce. Stigma attached to divorce, nice expression. Divorce'da hech qanaqa bir odamlar yomonlik ko'rmaydi degani. There's no stigma. No one talks about it. No one really cares if you're divorced. Now moving on to the next half, because now we need to talk about Japan and how Japanese people perceive divorce. So the logical question is, all right, what about Japan? Explain how it's different in Japan. Hozir Amerikani ko'rib chiqdik, endi Yaponiyada qanaqa demak. To the Japanese, however, the needs of the community and society take precedence. Demak, it just means important. Bizda important bo'lgan narsa demak yaponiyaliklar uchun community bilan societyni needlari, ya'ni nima desa bo'ladi endi needlarini, ehtiyojlari yoki o'sha narsa muhim. Ya'ni bir jamiyatni bir bo'lagi bo'lish, communityni bir bo'lagi bo'lish muhim. Like again, individual versus community, right? What's the next question? This was already how. So why? Why is the next question? Why? Give me a reason. Why for Japanese, the needs of community and society are important. This is because divorce is a sign of character weakness and immaturity. Demak, sababi nima uchun demak society yoki o'sha community muhim yaponlarga, societyni bir bo'lagi bo'lish, chunki demak yaponlarda divorce odatda negativ narsani ko'rsatadi, ya'ni xarakterdagi bir zaiflikni yo bo'lmasam immaturity. So you're not mature, right? All right. Next sentence is, yeah, what does that mean? What's the result? What does that mean? So, bizalik o'zbekchada aytganda, yoki o'zbekcha emas, informal aytganda, so, right? Is the next question. A divorced woman in Japan faces all kinds of social prejudice. Basically, the result of this social stigma attached to divorce in Japan. Because a woman in Japan, like a divorced woman in Japan, faces all kinds of social prejudice. Bu degani hamma negativ gapiradi orqasidan. Qaysi jamiyatda endi eslatib yuboryapti bu bizda? O'zimizda, menimcha. Conclusion. Do you need a conclusion? Probably. Sometimes you don't really need a conclusion. Har doim ham shart emas the conclusion bilan yakunlash, lekin agar o'sha paytda planingizga kiritgan bo'lsangiz, yaxshi ideya. So it kind of links back to the topic sentence. The whole purpose of the conclusion is it links back. Now the topic sentence is more general, and the conclusion, you have to keep it more specific now. And it kind of summarizes the whole paragraph. Therefore, while Americans may move on from divorce with relative freedom, ortiqcha bir nima desa bo'ladi, negativity-siz yoki ortiqcha gaplarsiz divorcedan sekin move away qilishi mumkin, lekin Japanese individuals must navigate a more challenging social landscape. Endi buni osonroq tushuntiradigan bo'lsa, ularda ko'proq o'sha qiyinchiliklarga duch keladi deyapti divorced woman. And this is how it looks, right? Compared to the first time you see the paragraph, now I hope it's easier to see the blocks, right? And it's easier to produce this kind of paragraph, hopefully. Endi lekin oson emas, albatta bitta ko'rganda uni yozib ketib bo'lmaydi. Buni mashq qilish kerak, o'sha to'g'ri savollar so'rashni o'rganish kerak. And believe it or not, like I still struggle with the sequencing of my ideas in my essays. Still to this day. Har doim ham kirganda, imtihon kirganda birdaniga bunaqa narsa tartibga o'zidan o'zi tushib qolmaydi menda ham. Har safar men ham qiynalaman shu bo'yicha. Bu narsani tabiiy qabul qilish kerak. Bu narsani ko'proq mashq qilish kerak. Biz odatda mana listening bilan readingda ko'p practice qilganimiz uchun ballarimiz ko'p kattaroq chiqadi odatda, to'g'rimi? Speakingda ham ko'pincha baribir gaplashamiz. Ayniqsa misol uchun o'sha hozir o'quvchilarda ko'p ko'raman bu narsani, kimdir bilan ingliz tilida ko'p muloqot qiladi. Ya'ni speaking practice ham har doim olib turibsizlar, lekin aynan writing bo'yicha practice yetarli emas. Juda ko'p kandidatlarda, menimcha deyarli hammada writing bo'yicha hech kim misol uchun o'zidan o'zi o'tirib bugun bir paragraf yozay divorce haqida yoki umuman boshqa narsa haqida deb o'ziga plan qilganini ko'rmaganman. Yoki sample o'qiydi yoki full essay yozishga harakat qiladi. Lekin paragraf yozishni o'rganish full essay practice qilishdan ko'ra yaxshiroq. Shu narsani men ko'rsatib berishga harakat qilyapman. So in this next slide we'll do a little bit of an exercise. So I'll show you a paragraph on a typical IELTS essay question. Hozir ko'rganimiz ko'pincha divorce, how Americans and Japanese people perceive it. Bu narsa unchalik IELTS the common question emas. Juda unaqa specific narsani ko'p ham so'ravermaydi IELTS. Endi bir bo'lib tushib qoladi-yu, lekin aynan bu paragraf haqiqiy IELTS essaydan olingan. Ozgina vaqt olamiz, o'qib chiqamizda menga bloklar sonini aytib berishlaring kerak bo'ladi. Nechta blok ishlatilgan? All right, so how many blocks of Lego do you see in this paragraph? So read this paragraph, and then we actually have a little quiz. We're coming to an end of the presentation. We'll have a little quiz. Hozir quizda ham linkini beraman. Shu little quizda hozir o'rgangan narsalaringga, savollarga javob berishga harakat qilasizlar. Avval paragrafni bitta o'qib chiqib, shu bloklarning sonini aniqlab olsak, firstly, multinational companies often create products that dominate local markets at the expense of local businesses. Bu bizda demak topic sentence o'z-o'zidan, to'g'rimi? Multinational. Nima haqida demak essay? Can you guess the question? The essay question based on the paragraph? So what do you think the essay question is? It's an agree-disagree question.
International companies operating in national country. I can remember.
More and more international companies nowadays operate in, right, different parts of the world. So is it a good or bad development? Is it a positive or negative development? Or do you agree or disagree that this is a positive development? Savol shunaqaroq savol. Endi oson, juda oson emas savol chiqarib olish, lekin taxmin qilsa bo'ladi. Multinational companies often create products that dominate local markets at the expense of local businesses. Demak, biz agree disagree essayimizda birinchi shu paragrafini full idea topic sentence bilan boshladik. What's the next block? Balance. But the balance is not the whole sentence, right? The first part of the sentence is balance. So while I concede that large global businesses usually produce goods of high quality, is the balance part. Demek shunaqa bo'lishini tan olsam ham bo'ladi. Tan olamizki, large global companylar rostdan ham odatda high quality tovarlar ishlab chiqaradi yoki chiqarsada. What's the next part? Explanation. The problem is that large corporations operating in multiple markets can take advantage of economies of scale to produce these goods cheaply. Demak, economies of scale dan foydalangan holda, ya'ni produktlari umuman kostlari ko'p produkt chiqarganda, katta marketlarda qilganda, qatnashganda kostlari kamayadi. Shuni hisobiga bu shu tovarlarni arzon ishlab chiqarish mumkin. Arzon. Ya'ni bu o'z-o'zida bularga katta advantage beradi sotishda. So that's the explanation part. We're explaining the topic sentence, right? So we're linking back to the topic sentence. As a result is, well, obviously the result. As a result, many are able to price their products at a much lower level than smaller individual companies, which often go out of business when trying to compete. Demak, o'z-o'zidan kichkina kompaniyalar ular bilan compete qilish jarayonida narxini qila olmasdan, tushira olmasdan bankrot bo'ladi. That's a result, the whole thing. A good illustration of this is an example. A good illustration of this is supermarkets with many large multinationals squeezing the profit margins of small corner shops to such an extent that most have gone bankrupt. Bu hozir men o'zimizda ham supermarketlar, chainlar kirib kelyapti, xalqaro chainlar. Endi bilmayman qanchalik bu corner shoplarda bizga ta'sir qilyapti, lekin kelajakda albatta o'sha culture sekin-sekin o'zgargandan keyin bizda ham shu holatni balki ko'rish mumkin. Balki allaqachon sodir bo'lish boshlagandir. Shular profit marginlarni squeeze qilib, o'sha economies of scale da ishlatgan holda narxlarni arzonroq ushlab, qolgan kichkina bizneslarni demak bankrot qilish haqida ketyapti. Whole paragraph is done. All you have to do is start with a topic sentence, use a balance. I should have had keyingi slaydda men o'zi javob qilishim kerak edi, esimdan chiqib qolgan ekan. Use a balance, give an explanation and reason, result of that explanation, and then you end with an example. Endi bizda ba'zida paragrafingiz o'zi yetarlicha so'z bo'ladi. Ba'zida o'zi clear bo'ladi. Shunaqa paytlarda har doim ham conclusion bilan tugatish shart bo'lmaydi. Demak, bu o'zingizda bir nima desa bo'ladi, o'zingiz uchun qilishingiz mumkin bo'lgan, o'zingiz uchun bilishingiz mumkin bo'lgan bir yo'l. Xohlasangiz conclusion bilan, link bilan tugatishingiz mumkin, xohlasangiz o'zi paragraf cho'zilib ketgan bo'lsa, shart emas. So yeah, that's it. That's the end of my presentation. So thanks for coming here. Hozirgi prezentatsiya bo'yicha kichkinagina quiz qilib qo'yganman. O'sha quizda qatnashish uchun xohlasalaring ham Telegram kanalimga borib turib, o'sha quizni hozir post qilib yuborishadi. Interactive quiz. It gives you a score as well. You can play with it, have fun, and then again, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
That's it. It is the ending. Did you learn something?
Yeah.
What did you learn, sir? Da, siz. Baqir bitu.
Today I have learned lots of things which relate to my general English. And in December I had a convention. I think this event will be helpful for me.
Dekabr nechida?
21, I think.
I think. 21.
It's not IELTS, it's not level.
Hozir ballingiz necha?
6.5.
6.5. Necha olmoqchisiz?
Inshallah 7.5.
Bitta 7.5 yoshlarga qarshi chalib qo'yaylik. Good luck, man. I wish you good luck. Endi oxirgi conclusion sifatida sizga aytadigan bo'lsam, o'zim ham ustozman. O'zimda 8.5 va qaysidir ham I was not about to flex, but thank you. Thank you. Xo'p, sizga aytmoqchi bo'lgan gapim bo'tdi. Hozir bo'tdi ko'rdingiz. Qanchalik experienced bo'lgan bu bir. Va ikkinchi o'rinda O'zbekistondagi eng top level bilimga ega bo'lgan ustozlarni bo'tdi sizga training berayotganligini. Bunaqa ma'lumotni borib ko'p joyda olmasligingiz mumkin. Lekin bitta joyi bo'lishi mumkin, eshitib turganda kimdirdir hozir xayoliga kelgandir. Voy, men bu narsani bilardim-ku degan narsa. Qo'linglarni ko'taringlar. Kimda shunaqa narsa bo'ldi? Misol uchun, ingliz tili environmentni yaratish, podcast eshitish, misol uchun, mameta listeningda bo'tdi prediction bo'tdi qilish, yoki readingning o'zida, misol uchun, scanning scheme 15 daqiqada bo'tdi ishlash kerak emasligini bilish. You already know that. It's about the application of it. O'zingiz uchun men o'ylaymanki, olishingiz kerak bo'lgan take awaylardan bittasi bu hozir wow 9 bo'tdi keladi. Demak, bitta zo'r strategiyani hozir ko'rsatadi. Demak, o'zi 5 deb, hozir o'shandan keyin 6.5 ga chiqara olaman. No, that's not going to happen. Ular ham xuddi o'sha qiyin yo'ldan o'qib, artikellarni o'qib, podkastini bo'tda eshitib, mana shu natijaga erib kelishgan. Va siz qachonki mehnatni o'ziga nasab tayyor bo'ladigan bo'lsangiz, qachonki riskni bo'tda bo'yningizga olib, realityni bo'tda face qilib, hech qanaqa bir new magicni qidirishni to'xtab bo'tda mehnat qiladigan bo'lsangiz, nasib sizlarga ham bo'tda 9 beriladi. Thank you very much, guys. And right now, what am I holding on my hands? What's that? There are two of them. There are two of them. Free seat. Kim o'zini omadli inson deb o'ylaydi? Very good, guys. Tiketni hamma sotib olgan, to'g'rimi? Kirib ketganlar yo'q. Very good. Hozir kim agar o'sha tiketni sotib olib bo'tdi, o'sha registratsiyadan o'tgan bo'lsa, biz nima qilamiz? Hozir ekranning o'zida randomli bo'tda bot bor. O'sha odamni bo'tda tanlab beradi va sizni hozir o'tirgan bo'tda rowiz va plus o'tirgan joyingiz bo'tda chiqadi, nasib ism familiyangiz bilan vot. Va o'sha odam kelgan 2 million 200 nech pul dirham bo'tda so'mlik free seat undadi va tekin imtihonni topshiradi. Uning uchun hozir hamma tiketda qaysi bo'tda joyini sotib olgan bo'lsangiz, hamma o'sha joyga o'tirsin. Boya almashdik-ku bir. Hamma hozir o'zini joyiga o'tirib olsam. And I have also another good present from Mr. Diyorbek. Bonus qilib o'tib olib kelibdilar. Kim haftasiga 4 soat bo'tda ishlab millioner bo'lmoqchi? Very good. So this is the main idea of the book. And you're going to get that as a gift as well, randomly. Tayyormizmi?
Da, просто hammaga ko'rsatib qo'ymoqchiman. Bu yerda hammaning ism familiyasi bor, reytlar yozilgan. Agar bilet sotib olgan bo'lsanglar, bu yerda sizlarni tiketlar yozilgan. Everything is fair. Shu. Shohrux birinchi bo'lib kitob.
Birinchi bo'lib kitob o'ynaymiz.
Xudo xolos.
Okay. The moment is coming.
Just tell me when.
3. Просто buttonni bosasiz bo'ldi.
Da.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Just a second. This one.
This one.
Ibrohim Jamoliddinov.
Mr. Ibrohim Jamoliddinov. Congratulations, sir. Where are you? Raise your hands. Mr. Jamoliddin bormilar?
8-joy, 55-seat. Bu 3-sektorda, Shahboz, 3-sektor.
3-sektordagi.
Yo'q-la.
Bilaman. Mayli, esingizda tutinglar, kitob bu hozir bo'lyapti, freezit undan keyin bo'ladi.
Xo'p, boshqatdan.
Mr. Jamshidbek, Mr. Azizjon, Mr. Farhod va pastda Mr. Yodgor Dumanov. Are you here, sir? Who is the lucky person? Come here.
Hey!
Woo!
Biletlarni tekshira olasizlar.
Qani? Yes. Tayyor, cho'tka.
5-15 mi?
So, very good.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
All right.
This is your present. Do you like reading books?
Yes, a lot. Many thanks to all students and who came here, and thanks to organizing this.
Thank you very much. I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck. Rahmat.
Diyorbekga rahmat.
Diyorbekga rahmat. Proceeds. Finally. So, kelinglar, hozir birgalikda sanaymiz. 3, 2, 1 deb baqiramiz, o'shandan keyin klik botda bosiladi, okay? So, 1, 2, 3 da 3, 2 deb gapirib boshlaymiz. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Mr. Azamat, Mr. Jamshidbek, Miss Azizaxon va Mr. Javlonbek Ochilov. Mr. Javlonbek Ochilov, you are getting a new free seat. Good job, man. Congratulations.
Biletlarni tekshira olamiz yana bir marta.
2,200,000 so'ms. It's not even about the money. It's not about money. It's about the value. It's about being lucky and being proud of it. Sir, congratulations again. Congratulations. Here's your free seat. Tikitingizni ham ko'rsatib oling.
Shahboz, Javlonbek Ochilov rasmga ol.
Вот. 954. Xuddi shunaqa. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
To'xtang. Keling. Yeah. Qachon topshirasiz nasib?
In December?
Yeah. Nechinchi slot?
I think the last one is 16.
The last one is 16. Hozirgi ballingiz necha?
7.5.
7.5. Wow. Hey. Nasib necha? 8.5 ga harakat?
8.5.
One out of loss. Nasib hisob ishlari.
Thank you.
Good job, man. Good job.
Ofisga kelasiz. Dushanba kuni ofisga kelasiz.
The final one. You ready? You ready? Yeah. Let's go. Yana o'sha gap. 1 2 3 da 3 2 1 aytamiz. O'zbekcha bu safar. 1 2 3. 3 2 1. Let's go. Mr. Azamat. Va Mr. Fazliddin X 1115. Bormi o'ramizda Mr. Fazliddin? Mr. Fazliddin.
My name is Fazliddin.
Oh, my man missed the chance. Yes.
Bormilar? Bormilar yo'qmi?
Yo'q ekanlar.
Sizmi? Yo, biletingizni oching endi, bilet. Voy. Boshqatdan o'ynaymiz unda. To'xtang, nima qilib tekshiraylik unda? Hozir.
Hozir tekshirsa bo'ladimi?
Da, hozir sekundachka.
Все. 11. Sizni familiyangiz nima? G'iyosov. Bu yerda lekin boshqacha edi-yu, X edi. Ha. Siz emas, ha?
Mana Najmiddinov f52@gmail.com. Ular emas, ha?
Yo'q, bular emas ekan. Okay, another person. Yana bir matalab. 1 2 3 da, ketu. 3 2 1. Let's go. Miss Nargiza Saidova. Wow. Our luckiest lady here. Congratulations.
Bilet ochib ko'rsatasiz.
550. 550. Very good.
Congratulations.
So, this is your certificate. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good, excited. I'm really excited. Men ozgina gapirmoqchi edim. Men o'zi ancha yildan beri IELTS IELTS topshirganman bundan 10 yilcha oldin. Bugun men faqat IELTSdan ancha uzoqda bo'lib ketganman. Ingliz tilini o'rganishdan ham ancha uzoqdaman hozir. O'zi karyeram boshqa sohada. Lekin men bugun ustozlarimni orqasidan insightlarni olish uchun kelgandim. Bekzod Mirahmedov men ustozim bo'ladilar. Yaqinda gaplashgandik. Xurshid aka, Barno opalarni hammalarini orqalaridan shu insightlarni olaman deb kelgandim. Maqsadimga erishdim. Hozir o'tirgandim, boshidan beri energiyaga to'lib o'tiribman, olaman dedim. Hozir 2-3 minut oldin mana oxirgisini olibman. Men juda ham xursandman. Rahmat tashkilotchilarga, rahmat kattakon. Kelganlarga rahmat kattakon.
IDP IELTS ga rahmat.
Kim yaqin orada IELTS topshirmoqchi bo'lsa, hammalariga omad. Ishonaman sizlarga, sizlar ham katta ballarni olasizlar. O'zbekiston davno chiqib bo'lgan katta ballar olishga. Hammalarga omad. Rahmat sizlarga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the greatest motivation. That's it. Guys, oxirgisi bitta narsani eslatib o'tmoqchiman. To, что bu eventdan hamma bu yerda tushadigan foyda, pul, hammasi bu yerda charity ketyapti. Hech kim bu yerda finansiy boshqa tomoni foydasini olmayotgani yo'q. Shuning uchun ham bitta IDP ga maximum loudest applause ever.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. Take care of yourselves. See you next time.